the part of the reason why like the thumbnails can be so exciting is because they promise stuff, but then the final art has to deliver it. You know?
That makes sense. I like the terminology. Yeah,
Yeah.
they gotta put what's the phrase like? They gotta something about the check where the
Cash in the.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't write a check your ass can't catch. No,
yeah. The
I'm like what?
thumbnails are writing thumbnails are writing checks. The final art has to cash.
Yeah.
It's time for Gab and Doodle.
Hello, 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 everybody. It's a Thursday night. It's time for Gab and Doodle. Today on Gab and Doodle with me, Mark Hoffman, we have Jashar Awan. Now, Jashar has been making books for some time, and we have been fans for some time. Specifically, this one has sort of taken a place in our heart, let's put it that way. Every Monday, Mabel, give everybody a real quick sense of what we're talking. I mentioned that Jashar's work has this like really very, very shape-savvy sort of design aesthetic that shows up in the work. I realize this is like, I need to zoom out a little. Let's see, there we go. And so very, very excited to have him on and talk about his approach and his design sense and colors. I mean, he's got colors that show up in these things that are really lovely. Toad by a toad. Let me go through these just so you get a sense of what we're looking at, but just like some of the shape language, like looking at this toad with the eyes and how they sort of hit the edge are so smart. And so I'm excited to have him on. I'm going to build a snowman, etc. And all sorts of amazing skill and simplification. I think rather than saying simplification, I want to say like economy. He understands the economy of visual language. And so tonight I'm going to be working on this. I was thinking about a lion that's mane gets too big. It might go bigger than this, but and they can't understand him. And so it's called the Mumble King. And so I'm going to work on this piece tonight. Again, as usual, you can ask us anything. Stuff is posted to YouTube and Instagram. I posted 4 new pieces to YouTube just this last Saturday. No, maybe Sunday, something like that, whatever it is. And so if you get a chance, hop on there and take a look at the ones I posted. I know it took a while before I got them up there, but let me put ask us anything in the comments here and we'll get started for the night. Us anything. Boom, boom, boom. It says ask us TVing. It's called I did not type it in well. Hold on a second. Let me get this to actually say what I want it to say. There we go. And boom. Send. And I'm going to pin it so it stays there. So again, you can ask us anything. I'm going to let our special guest in for the night. Should take just a second. Coming in hot. Jashar, I don't. Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
It was a black screen for a little bit, and I didn't know what was going on. How are you?
Good, good.
Well, thank you for joining us. I know that we've been excited to have you on for some time after sort of following your career. You have a yellow hat on. Do you like yellow? Can you hear me? Oh, did we lose him already? Did my question about yellow hats make Jashar run for the hills? We'll give it a second and see if we get him popping back on, but I'm assuming everybody can see me. Can everybody see me? Just to make sure it's not my feed. Everybody's loud and clear. Just someone write in the comments if you can hear me okay. I just need one thing telling me I think I see it on my feed. So okay, okay. So let me see if I invite Jashar in separate. Let's see if it something stalled on his end. Let me see. Hold on one second. Okay, Jashar, if you are listening, if you can try, I know he's just Lauren's saying he's just staring me down. Yeah, it's a threat. It's a wait. We'll do this. It's a staring contest. He's winning so far. How long can I hold it? How long can I hold it? Jashar, if you're listening, if you want to try logging off, logging back in, I don't know if it's just a issue with Wi-Fi or whatnot. Let me ask my wife upstairs, my lovely wife upstairs, the producer, to see if she can write to him while I'm on with everybody. Okay, in the meantime, while I wait, I am going to relay some information for everybody. The last week in January through the 1st of February, I believe, is going to be Crayola's Creative Week. And for those that are teachers, oh, he dropped off. So maybe this is a sign that he's going to hop back in. Let me see if I can get him back in. But I did this thing with Crayola that you'll be able to watch, especially if you're an elementary school teacher. Will make it easy. Oh, there we go. Let me see if I can add him in. That it's, oh, hey, there we go.
All right.
I asked a question and it stalled, and I thought like I was wondering like, did I offend you or something? And then I realized, oh no, it really stalled.
Yeah, on my end, it like looped back and like started playing the beginning of our conversation for me.
Sure. This is the wonders of Instagram.
Yes.
I asked you, do you like yellow? Because you're wearing a yellow hat and you have at least a couple yellow books, and I'm wondering, is that a fave color of yours?
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah.
is. I think it's a fave of it was my son's favorite color for a long time, and then I feel like we just started buying a lot of yellow stuff after that, and it's become a favorite.
Yep. This is
Yeah.
the different shades that run through my house of yellow that I sort of this is a dumb conversation to start with, just like, do you like color? But thank you for joining us. We are big fans in this household, and I am especially, as I said in the ad, I love the economy or the efficiency of like design and shape language in your work, and from someone who tends to like put a little too much on the page every time and doesn't know when to stop a little bit. I'm really impressed with sort of the again, the ability to understand like what is that right balance of storytelling and design and breadth and like use of negative space and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm jealous of your ability to manage all of that on a regular basis. And so it is an honor to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that you had mentioned the shapes in the little piece you wrote. Just because I do spend so long just obsessing over like every little shape and like shaving off little corners and things like that. And it was nice. I was like, oh, it's nice someone noticed.
Well,
Yeah.
I always state to people that like simplicity is hard. It's almost harder
Yeah.
than complexity, just because every little thing matters. And so like you shaving off a little fraction of an inch off of a character or what have you can make the difference between it like working or not working. And that's where I just like that understanding of that balance, the hitting the right spot is so crucial when dealing with something that is sort of like there isn't a ton of content on the page every single time. So for those that are watching that do not know you, can you give us a rundown of who you are and what you do?
Yeah. My name is Jashar Awan, and I am an author and author illustrator. I have 6 books out, or I've had done 6 books. Done What a Lucky Day, Only Ants for Andy, Strum and Drum, uh, a Merry Little Quest, Toad by Toad, oh, I'm Gonna Build a Snowman, Only Monday Mabel. I think that's all of them.
You're struggling. I can see they're like, did I get them?
Yeah, I was doing them in order, and then I messed up the order, so I like threw myself off.
Yeah. Now, have you written all of those? Because I know that, like, I was looking through books online today, just because I haven't seen every single one of them, and I was just thinking, like, I'm pretty sure all of them said that they were authored by you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
I,
you never
I,
have you worked on someone else's manuscript before, or is that
I'm right now. That's the project I'm working on right now.
okay?
I'm illustrating a book of poems by Vikram Madan,
Hmm.
and he's another Geisel winning author illustrator,
Yeah.
or Geisel honored author illustrator. And it's a challenge. I guess it's poems, so it's there isn't like a through narrative, or there's just themes, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
You can be
but
different on each spread
yeah,
versus. Yeah. Gotcha.
yeah. So it's definitely a chance to play around a bit and try some new things.
It's, I mean, one of the things that I noticed, and I was looking through just to make sure I had my memory set on sort of history and things of the sort for you. But um, did I read correctly that you started in 2020?
Yes, that's when my first book came out.
That is a mess of a time for a first book to come out.
Yes,
It's like
yeah,
started the pandemic. Was it? I mean, obviously, you don't have control over all those things, but was that when you started the project? I assume you started before the pandemic started, right?
yeah,
And then you hit that day, and it's like was with I've had books that struggled during that time frame just because of, I mean, the industry was in upheaval at the time, but that I'm more impressed with with the fact that you, like, that's how you started in the market of just like walking into this wall of a pandemic and still like said, okay, I'm going to keep going through it, because I know that without having the prior experience, the pandemic is such a, or that wall of like supply and demand, and the supply chain and all that kind of stuff was a hefty subject for a lot of folks. But um, we're going to get into some of the like background and things of the sort. But I do want to sort of get a sense of what you want to make tonight, what materials you're working with. If you are, if you're going digital, etc. What are we playing with tonight?
Oh, I had definitely for a while I was like, I'll draw on the Wacom and do something that way, but I think I'm just gonna go with just sketchbook and pencil.
Okay,
Just
whatever's comfortable. That's
yeah,
what we need. Um,
maybe grab a pen at some point. I don't know,
is there
depending on how the pencil is showing up.
is there any special? Now I know like pencil and sketchbook can be just like generic. Like I don't think I have any special pencils around here. I don't even know what brand this is.
Mhm.
It's just sort of pencils. But are you like a Blackwing pencil person, or are you whatever you can get your hands on?
Yeah, I'm whatever I can get my hands on. I'm not too precious about that because I guess the pencil stuff never. It's usually just for me.
Yeah, just a
So
sketch. Do you sketch
yeah.
for in pencil, or are you digital for sketches?
Um, I'll usually like thumbnail and sketch and do character design stuff in my sketchbook just in pencil.
Okay.
But the the next Toad book that's coming out next year, I did that entirely digitally. Like I did the thumbnails in the computer and everything. So that was a fun change, I guess.
Copy and paste. Copy and paste in those instances are your friend.
Yeah.
I know when I started out, I used to like the whole first book I did on paper, and I made a little template so I could just draw out every single spread, etc. And then I had to scan it in and it was just like any little edit was such a pain on those sketches, and so like now it's just copy and paste makes it easy.
Yeah.
Even though I totally don't touch digital until like tweaks at the end, just makes it goes faster at the beginning. And then the other thing is I don't know 100% because we were sort of up in the air, and I don't think we ever came up with anything. But is there something that you are working on tonight? Because I think you said you were going to work on a project, but then maybe not. It sounds like not at this point. But
Yeah.
is there a subject that you're playing with?
I thought we could do requests if people have requests. Otherwise, I could just do dual characters and
Sure,
just.
I could.
Or I guess I was also thinking of I could throw on a movie on mute and just draw as it's going along.
Yeah, anything that's comfortable for you. I
Yeah.
can throw stuff your way of any sort, but if people want to chime in that are watching and sort of relay ideas of what you want to see Jashar draw, then as long as you're up for it, because people can get a little crazy at times
Yeah.
with their requests. But so why don't we switch to our downshoots and we can just start talking. I have all sorts of questions lined up for you, and then
Okay.
if the conversation, it's a conversation back and forth. If you want to steer it any direction, holler. And then I also want to be respectful of time. So I know you're in Ohio.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that
Yeah.
okay? This is on that cusp of is Ohio East Coast?
It is East Coast. Yeah.
It is okay. So
Yeah.
it's a later time frame. It's that area: Ohio, Kentucky, Michigan. I never know which side it falls. So. If for some reason you want to go at any point, don't worry about it. Just let me know and we'll send you off. And then if the internet does have problems of any sort, we'll just play it by ear.
Okay. Sounds good.
I see a request. My son has already said he wants hot dog skateboarding
Okay.
while walking their dog. I don't know what that
Wow.
means. That's a 12-year-old for you right there. So let's jump into our downshoots.
Okay.
And get going. So I do have a feed up so I can sort of see the your setup and make sure that everything's on stage and whatnot. And if people have questions, I can watch that as we go along. But I want to hear a little bit more sort of background because I don't know a ton of sort of your artistic background and where things started. So can you give me a little like insight into who you are, or not who you are, but where all this started? Where did it all come from?
Yeah. I studied illustration at Pratt Institute.
Okay.
And boy, I don't know if sorry, I'm trying to figure out how this.
Yeah, no worries. Um,
Yeah, so I studied illustration at Pratt Institute, and after school, I did editorial illustration for maybe about a decade, doing things for like the New Yorker and the New York Times and places like that, magazines and newspapers, and so speed and doing things quickly was like really a priority. And
yeah.
um,
Are you still fast, or do you think you've slowed down since you switched to Kidlit?
um, I think is that oh
Let's see. I'm looking at the feed right now. It's a question of
okay.
where. So I'm seeing
Sorry.
the spiral of it
Okay.
so far.
Yeah, I'm
There we
still
go.
trying to get
Can
the
you?
camera to.
Yeah. Can you flip the camera 180 so your hands are coming from the bottom? Is the only thing that needs to be probably tweaked at this point. And you can pinch the screen. So like if I pitch and zoom out, I don't know if you can see that, but it lets me sort of alter how much is on screen at any given time. This is the challenge of I have a setup that makes this super easy on me because I do it all the time, and then we have people
Okay.
on, and they have to sort of figure stuff out on the fly.
Yep.
in a
Whoops.
situation like this, so.
Can't even tell.
Which side are your hands coming in from right now?
I'm still trying to get the camera to stay
Oh,
up, I guess.
okay.
I haven't
Is it
even
like
started.
is it taped to something? Is it like
It's in a little holder.
oh it is.
Like,
Okay.
this is the one part I didn't even think about practicing.
What did you practice
Okay,
otherwise then? Were you like
just make the just setting up the first shot.
oh okay, gotcha. Um
Okay.
let's see.
Okay.
That
I'm
looks
sure.
pretty good. And you can again you can that looks like it's pretty good. It's a matter of you can also
Okay.
pinch the screen, your section of the screen, and it will zoom in and zoom out accordingly and get the so you can get a wider shot if you want.
Okay. Whoops.
Oh no.
Did a little
You're
tour
like
of the studio.
I should have never suggested. No, it's yeah. Have to start over. That looks pretty
Okay.
good.
I'm just gonna do that, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
that looks good. That's good.
Okay.
Um, I don't remember what I was at. So you were doing editorial stuff. Oh, I was asking about sort of
Yeah.
speed because I
Oh
started
yeah.
out in editorial too, and like I had that issue of I was rushing through things when I got to Kidlit, and I got told to slow down um, by my agent that it was like seen as potentially I didn't care about the revisions or I didn't care about
Yeah.
putting input in. But I'm wondering, are you still fast at this point? Are you still like zipping along?
I I don't know if I'm as fast. I'm definitely not as fast as I used to be. Um, but um, yeah, the pace of Kidlit is really nice. Um, man, I guess I'm realizing now it's been a long time since I've like drawn and like had a conversation with
Yeah,
someone. So
it
it's
it
like
will it
patting
will
patting
be.
my head and patting
Yeah.
or rubbing my stomach and patting my head.
This is everybody comes on here and has that challenge of like again I'm used to it so I can throw out questions and talk and whatnot, but there's people that come on who really struggle for like the first 15-20 minutes, and then eventually like your instincts kick back in. It's like riding a bike and you'll be back in it. So don't
Yeah.
worry if it's a struggle.
Um,
Can you tell me a little bit about like Pratt is one of those schools that when I was looking at schools originally, that was one of those schools that sort of interests me. I ended up not liking the idea of the big city because that's in New York proper, right?
yes,
It's like,
yeah. Oh, it's in Brooklyn.
oh, it's in Brooklyn. Why did I think it
Yeah.
was in Manhattan? Okay.
Um, there is a Pratt Manhattan. But one thing that was really nice about Pratt was, even though it was, I think it's like the only uh, art college in the city, at least, that has a campus. And
Yeah.
so, it had uh, it had a green and like trees and stuff. It has like that college vibe still, even though you're in the middle of Brooklyn.
Unlike
Um,
SVA where it's like a bunch of buildings scattered about throughout
yes.
the city. Yeah. And then why did you end up choosing there? Was there a program or was it something that like
Um,
that drew your attention?
well, I wanted to go to New York City. That was like my goal throughout high school, was to end up in New York, to be an artist in New York City.
Okay. What? Wait, where did you start out? What was home
Oh,
originally?
I grew up outside of DC in Virginia.
Oh, that's
Um,
right. That's right. Okay.
yeah, like I was about the town I grew up in was like about 15 minutes outside of DC, just on like we had the subway line
Gotcha.
or metro line.
And then
Um,
Pratt just because of illustration, like because of the program they had, or was it?
yeah, well, I guess I knew I wanted to go to art school. I knew I wanted to be an artist. And Pratt, the freshman year, it's like a foundation year, so it's basically all the majors together.
Yep. Yep.
Um, so I had a little time to think about it. I think I did say I was going to go into illustration, uh, like if they had me declare a major. But I know there were times freshman year where I was like, maybe I'll be a fine artist, or painter. But
Well, the fact that you said that you wanted to go to New York and be an artist, like the first thing I think of is that, like, yeah, I'm going to go do the gallery scene and like the movie version of an artist is someone living
yeah,
in New York kind of situation. Um, is it something that you know that it became clear to you while you were at school that you had a direction that made sense in the sense of illustration, or was that something that was actually, well, the first question is that something that was decided while you were at school, or is that something that afterwards you said, hey, I'm gonna, this is the career for me situation?
I think the I think why I initially said illustration was I really wanted to be an artist, but I also wanted to make sure I could make a living at being an artist. And so illustration seemed like the, that path that
Yeah.
made the most sense. And it's so funny, like when I think back to like the stuff I did in my illustration classes at Pratt, I always made books, every single class. Like whenever we had an assignment, I always did it as a book.
Yeah.
And it did not occur to me the entire time I was in school that, oh, maybe I should go into children's books or
Yeah.
like
Bookmaking.
I guess because the work that I did in school was so, had such a strong linear quality. Everyone would look at my work and say, oh, this is editorial. So I just thought, oh, I'll do editorial when I graduate.
Yeah.
And, um, but it's funny now, like looking back with hindsight and realizing like, oh, I was always making books. Like all of my projects were books. Well, my most successful projects, at least, were all books.
Were you what era did you go to school?
Um,
There's,
I,
there's a
I,
reason I'm asking.
oh, yeah. I was there from 2000 to 2004 in school.
Okay. And the reason I asked is I was there, like I was in school in 96 to 2000, and editorial at the time was a major sort of like breadwinner for a lot of people. Like that was a easy in or an easy access. And I think it still is in some sense. But that idea of like people telling you, was it other students or was it teachers telling you like, hey, you should go into editorial?
It was teachers.
Yeah. Okay. That
Um, yeah, I think, yeah, yeah, it was definitely, I think it was like my line was just so, it just looked like an editorial. It was what, I don't know. And I feel like it was also appealing to know that I could, just like take my portfolio and like hop on the train into the city, go and drop it off at Condé Nast, and then like, or like go meet with Steve Heller at the New York Times and like get, get an assignment, walk away with an assignment.
Yeah, it was so like immediate and easy connection for anybody that lived in that city.
Yeah, it was, it just seemed like, oh, well, I guess it just felt like some security, I guess.
Yeah. Was there when you got out of school and then you jump into that editorial world, did it feel, and I mean this like in a sort of, I guess, like, what do I want to call it, like mind way, did it feel right? or did it feel like, now looking back on it, are you like, well, it didn't make sense for you? Like I look back at the editorial phase and say, there are things that I learned doing editorial that definitely have changed me and I think are for the better. But I also think that editorial is probably not my bread and butter just as a person long term. And I'm wondering, was it like, now that you're in Kidlit, do you have a different reflective sort of perspective on sort of what that editorial did for you, or what that sort of experience made in the way that you uh, think now or make now of some sort?
Well, yeah, I'm glad that I did it. I feel like it was really a good experience. And it kept me making art, um, and like being able to like just, be an illustrator after school. And uh, I think I, I don't, I don't think I could have gone into Kidlit directly. Like, I feel like I don't think I would have had any stories.
Okay.
Like, it was interesting to, do it and then, illustrate other people's stories or things that were going on with other people, and then, um, eventually like realize like, oh, I want to tell my own stories like years into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, graduating, I didn't have anything that I to say. I guess at that point, I just needed a life experience before I had some stories to tell, I guess.
So speaking of the stories to tell, is that something that like was a lived experience in the sense of, and I sort of relate it back to the start for me is I've always been a bit of a storyteller, but I didn't understand that Kidlit was a thing that made a lot of sense for me until I had a kid. And I started
Yeah.
seeing books and I'm like, oh, not that it was like, oh, this is easy, but more so just like, oh, this seems to make a little bit more sense for me long term. Was there a point in which like the story became the star for you, or became the sort of, the solution to your um, visual language or to your making process?
I guess there were like a few years in between, um, doing Kidlit and editorial where I was trying to, make a comic book, and, um, I worked on that for years, but then I eventually realized that I did not really like the format at that time. At least I wasn't enjoying working that way. I still wanted to tell stories. I don't know when I. It was like when I became a dad and I was like reading picture books every day and just re- being reintroduced to that world and like realizing like, oh, I really like this format, and it made sense. I guess it felt like a lot of the books that I would make in school, like when I would make like different portfolios for different projects.
Yeah. Like
Um,
it wasn't a huge departure to jump to like for kids versus a older audience.
yeah, I guess I don't know. I've always loved drawing cartoons and cartoon characters, so it just felt like such a natural fit. And it was like it's one of those things that looking back that it's just like, oh, why didn't I realize this sooner? But
Yeah. Is it
it,
with the idea of um, sort of, you had to or not reinvent, but you had to re-experience Kidlit in a way.
yes,
I imagine when you're in college, the same for me. It's like at one point I took a kids book class, and it's like, oh, this is interesting. It could be fun as a career, but I also was not reading Kidlit at the time. So even though I was taking the class, I'm like, oh, I know how to draw for kids, but I wasn't understanding how a kid thinks, or understanding how, the story structure has certain content that needs to be delivered in a certain way. And so like it took a moment for me to realize that. Um, was that, did you take Kidlit stuff while you were in school, or?
No, I never took that class just because I was so, I guess like I still had this mindset of, um, like in high school, you're like working towards college and you have to have a portfolio. And then so I just like was so like in college, I was like, well, I have to have a portfolio when I graduate and, like get jobs. And like when I'd hear the kidlit class about the kidlit class, um, it was like, oh, you spend the whole time making a dummy
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then you only do two pieces. And I thought, well, I need to have a portfolio when I graduate. So like that
I
just,
get it.
I guess I was like so focused on having a portfolio
Just
that, um, but
the
yeah, I feel like
quantity.
when I was like working on like comics and stuff, like I guess like that's when I really started thinking about like page turns and like how a reader experiences the book. And then then it's like a huge when you're reading, picture books nonstop to a little toddler or growing kid. You just really like inundate yourself with all of
Yeah, you're in the thick of it. You're in the weeds. You get to see
yeah.
like it's not just hey, I see the stuff that's on the shelves, the classics, but all of a sudden you're like seeing a bunch of different content that potentially you wouldn't normally run across as
Yeah,
a
and I
standard
feel
patron.
yeah, definitely. And I feel like you look at it more critically because it's like how you react to it, how your child reacts to it, what appeals to you about it, what appeals to the child. I don't know. I think it you and then like the ones that you both can enjoy together just end up becoming like so important.
Well, wait, how you have a son or a daughter?
A son.
Son. How old is your son?
He just turned 12.
Well, okay, so the same basic age. I was the idea of I just didn't know how far away from picture books you are, but obviously you're a ways away from it now. But was there a book that was like the go-to for your kid in the sense of I got to read this book again kind of situation, like you read it every night kind of setup, or is there like, or was there a book that was? I mean, that makes it sound like it was negative, but is there like
Yeah.
a book that in your memory you go like, oh, that was the book that we shared and that was special between us?
There were a bunch of them. Like I know I've talked about this one before, but like Olivia was a big
Mhm.
one for us. And I know we used to read uh like the easy readers, the Frog and Toad and Owl at Home and like Little Bear, like all of those books were like part of the circulation. Like we read those all the time.
Yeah.
And oh, and Gaston by Kelly DiPuccio and Christian Robinson. That
Yep.
was a really big one for us too.
What was the follow up to that? It was Gaston. Was the
Antoinette was the
yeah?
follow up.
Thank you. I can't remember the name.
Um, yeah, I guess the ones where Max would like have the book memorized and like say the names of characters on certain pages or like have things like that. I guess like those were really special moments.
the ones that you don't actually have to read anymore because you both know the page.
Well, it's always fun to hear.
Yeah. That's there were a couple of books when my son was little that we're the like okay, this is the go-to, we know these work, or that we know that like there's interest in it, but then there were also books that were the like I said, the ones where you're, oh God, I got to read this again. And not because it was a horrible book, but it's just like I've read it too many times in those
Mm.
situations, and it can be a little bit challenging. I do see a question here from Gerald Connors,
Oh
who
yes,
do you know Gerald?
yes. I drew this cow for Gerald.
Oh, there you go. Who's questioning about sort of were you gravitated towards books because you were a great reader as a kid, and were you a great reader? Like, is was reading a big portion of your childhood?
Yeah, I books. I never felt like I was a good reader, but I was constantly reading.
Okay.
Like I was always like books were like just a really important thing for our family in general. Like going to the library and like getting a big stack of picture books to take home was like that was a big event every week. And then when I was older, like reading the Madeline Langdale series was like a really big deal for me. And I was always reading comic books just nonstop. Um, and then at like every every Saturday, my brother and my dad and I would go to a used bookstore and like we'd pick up. They sold comics also, but we'd pick up comics and like collections of old Peanuts paperbacks.
Mm, yeah.
Um,
And then were you like what some of the fact that your family, it sounds like your family was basically a big supporter of literature in some form or another, but were your parents uh, readers, writers?
yeah, yeah. My mom was definitely a reader, and my dad was an editor for a magazine in DC. Um, and he also wrote poetry on the side, and
There you go.
he still writes poetry, and uh, he's been published in a couple of different poetry magazines.
So there is a love for the written word or for the uh, the books in general from the family. Where do you have artists in the family, or is it just you?
No, my brother's an artist too. He went to Pratt as well.
Oh, that's a that's a gamble on the parents' part to
Well, they've always been very supportive. So,
yeah. That's a
um,
the I don't know if my parents would let both of their kids go to art school. I know it was a fight to just get me to go, but my brother was a math guy, so it made it a little easier, I think, on them. They didn't have to think as hard. They can go, oh yes, that makes sense to us. Um, and then with some of the well, wait, what kind of artwork does your brother do?
he's an illustrator too. He does editorial illustration still,
He
and
stuck to it, and that must have been wait, how much older, younger?
he's younger. He's uh 3 years younger, so we had 1 year at Pratt together, which was fun.
And is there competition between the two of you in some
I
capacity?
I mean, now that we're in different fields of illustration, I think it doesn't feel that way.
Was there competition? The way you said that made it sound like yeah. Now that we're doing different things, it's not a big deal. But beforehand, um,
no, I feel like we were always his work is different enough than mine that I feel like we never were in direct competition.
yeah. Now, can you give a simple plug for the name for those that are? If there's anybody watching, going like, I want to see who this other person is.
Oh, Jordan Awan.
Jordan. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, and then, was there has there ever been a basically this question comes from the fact that you have a sibling who does something very similar. Obviously, you both have some connection to illustration, art making, etc. But have you ever collaborated on anything with him, or is it sort of
Yeah.
he does his own
Well,
thing?
yeah, we've like I guess growing up we were always drawing together and in high school, Jordy and our friend Matt, we put out a zine. We did a zine together. It was a comic. We did like, I was trying to remember the other day. We did like 4 issues, 3 or 4 issues, and like spin-off issues. We had of like mini comics and things like that. So we collaborated that way, and then Jordy it also uh, works as an art director. So he's hired me a few times, and we've worked that way.
There must be. Wait, what's okay? I have to ask this question. Then, what's that dynamic like when you're essentially reporting into your younger brother? Do you get to like pull rank at all and say
No, he's
you
the
don't?
boss
You
in
don't
that case.
yeah, it's just like you don't like the work, huh? Well, I'm gonna beat you up next time we're at mom and dad's.
No, no, no. I guess by the time I felt like I'd been doing it for so many years before he started art directing that I don't know. I knew how to behave professionally.
Are you saying that beating up your brother isn't professionalism? That somehow isn't appropriate in this situation? Um, no, that's an interesting dynamic of like I hear of people saying like their sibling is an artist or things of the sort, but it's rare to hear that they're in the exact same field or adjacent at least in that capacity. So, um, and then so tell me a little bit, like give me a little background of jumping into the kidlit world and sort of the challenges and things that I already mentioned the idea of just like the time frame in which you came in with the
Hmm.
pandemic, things of the sort. But talk to me a little bit about sort of what it was like getting your first offer, that side of things.
Okay. It it took me at least like 3 years to get an agent. Um, and that was I felt like that. I thought it, I guess I was like, well, I've been working as a professional illustrator for so long, this shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah,
But
it
I
was.
was
Yeah,
yes, it was. I guess what how because I felt like I didn't have a children's book portfolio and the type of work that I had been doing editorially, I didn't want to work like that anymore. So I wrote a book for myself and illustrated it and sent that around. And then, um, you know, no interest on that. So I wrote another one and sent that around. And then, third time's the charm. I sent the third one around. I actually like didn't get a, from querying, I never got a yes. I got a maybe. But the maybe ended up, introducing me to my agent. Um,
what, what,
so
what does that mean? Meaning like the maybe was not the agent, but the maybe was.
the maybe was another agent who I sent the book that ended up becoming my first book, What a Lucky Day, to her, and she said she said maybe, and then eventually she decided she didn't have room on her roster, but she introduced me to my agent.
Oh, okay. So she sort of like, hey, you got to go look at this guy. Just
Yeah,
I just don't have room for. Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't quite follow or didn't track exactly what you meant by like um, that it wasn't your agent. So that makes sense to me. Um, and that's Erica.
yeah.
Uh, right?
Erica Rand Silverman.
Yeah, yeah. I always think of her as Erica R. Silverman, just because of hashtag, or not hashtag, but her username on all the social media. But
Yes, yeah. I know it's funny how everyone, I think of you as Studio Hoffman, and
yeah,
like I have to remember to call him Mark.
it's I never got called Mark through a lot of school, so it's okay. You can call me whatever. You can call me whatever you want. You can call me dummy if you want, and I'll
Mhm.
accept. Um, no, Erica wrote a really nice thing too. After I posted the ad, she wrote this really lovely, like, I'm so excited that Jashar is on, and I've had quite a few folks from it's Stamola, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I've had quite a few folks from Stamola, and she was very nice and spoke very highly of you in the DM to me, and so
Oh,
seems
that's nice.
she seems lovely. I've
Yes,
not
she
met her
is.
personally, but is she out in New York, Stamola? Is it?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
It's there's so many agents at this point all over that they used to all be in New York, but now they're sort of spread out. I never know exactly where they're coming from. And then when you got that offer, was it like in that situation? Did you know that the other agent was sending your stuff on to Erica, or was that a out of the blue you got someone going, "Hey, I saw your work"?
Oh, no, no, I was aware that that was what was happening.
Okay, okay, yeah, it wasn't a big old surprise that someone had seen your work.
Yeah.
Um, and then was it sort of an immediate, like one of the things that people think when I talk to students or I talk to mentees and stuff, there's always this, I talked to so and so and they like my work. What should I do? Situation. And I know that that's like initially you just want to go, I found an agent. And so like it's a yes. But was there any sort of like conversation that happened? Was there any sort of consult first, or was it sort of a quick, this totally makes sense?
Oh, we had a couple of long conversations bef- beforehand, um, just like to to know each other and just make sure like it felt like a good fit.
And
Is that what
everything.
you mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. In the sense of like, I think there's just this perception because it's so hard to get an agent that once you get an offer, like you better jump on it quick. And
Oh,
reality, I think you gotta feel it out because not everybody's perfect uh,
yeah,
for each other. And sometimes though, like you meet the agent and you go, "This is perfect. I don't see any problems," and it's like a immediate yes. But I've heard of situations where people hem and haw for a while, or they chat with their agent and then find or their prospective agent and realize, oh no, we have totally different visions for what I should do in my career. And was it a easy like first meeting? You just knew right away.
um, actually, while I was talking, we had a couple of phone conversations, and I, I, I don't know. She was, yeah, I don't know. I think it was. I did get another offer while we were talking, and so it was one of those things where I like had to decide, and I'm just so happy that I went with Erica, um, because I don't know, whenever you have to make decisions, like you have two paths in front of you, but I'm just so glad that because I feel like Erica and I really work well together,
Yeah,
and um, yeah, I don't know, it was a good decision.
a bit simpatico. You
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you connect well in that manner. Um, one of the one of the things that I always am sort of fascinated by is the relationship of agents, and like everybody's agent is slightly different, their expectations, how they sort of work with their clients. And then you hear these stories of some people, it's like they're uh, so connected that it's almost like they're family at a certain point. And I like my agents, but it's not like we're hanging out left and right. But you were in New York for a while. When did you move to Ohio? Was that after or before? And did you get a chance to really like sit down with Erica and be like, "Hey, let's be pals"?
Oh, yeah. I um I just met Erica for the first time this past summer.
Oh, really?
Um
Okay.
yeah, so I we moved to Ohio I was still querying when we moved to Ohio.
Okay.
Um and yeah, so I don't know, I would always see on Instagram like all this Stamola people in the city hanging out together and I'm like, "Oh, I missed out on that."
Yeah. The you get that's who is it that? Oh, I just saw a cat agency. I don't know if you know the cat agency, but they just had a
Mhm.
big retreat uh,
Oh,
at
wow.
at the Highlights Foundation, and it's like a photo of all. I mean, it's probably not all of them, of course. It's a chunk of them, but just that idea of like they all get together if you live close enough, and if it makes sense to go to those events. Um, my my location is not easy enough to just hop down to New York on a whim in that same setup. But um,
You're
now,
in New England, right?
yeah, I'm in New Hampshire,
Okay, yeah.
so yeah, we're not in the thick of New York, but we're close enough. I mean, I could go down there given a week's heads up, but it's not a I can drop in there today kind of
Hmm.
situation. With with the work that you're doing, do you get into New York? Like, do you because you went to school there? I assume that you have some sort of like it's an easier transition to go back to the city because you know it,
Yeah.
or I assume you know it still. Um, but
I
is there?
actually haven't been back to the city since we left.
Oh, really? Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
Do you like being out in the burbs? I assume you're in the burbs in Ohio. Uh,
Yeah. I mean, it has its uh, pluses and minuses. I
yeah,
don't know. But I feel like any place you live is gonna have
yeah.
those things.
It's one of those ones where like you're going from such a big bustling city to. I mean, are you in like a big city there, or are you in actual suburbs?
We're in like this. We're like 40 minutes outside of Cleveland.
The home of rock and roll.
Yeah. Um. So I feel like it's definitely suburban where we live, but there are farms nearby.
Yeah.
And then there's a city nearby, so
Do you get like I assume most of the stuff you're doing online, but is there like a big arts community in Cleveland? I've never been to Cleveland, so I don't know as much about it, and so I don't know what the art scene is like there. But is there a good sort of scene?
yeah, there's a lot of picture book authors in Ohio. We uh I feel like because of it's taken me a while to find people because of like my debut happening when everything was shutting down.
Yeah.
Um but like at Ohioana every year that's like the one of the Ohio book festivals. Everyone meets up, and so like I don't know, we like there's Marcy Campbell and Kate Hoffler and Lauren Long and
Oh, I didn't know
uh,
that Lauren Long was out there. Okay.
yeah, he's in Cincinnati, I think, and Will Hildebrandt and
Hmm.
um, but um, it it's a nice it's a nice uh, group of people.
Yeah. You've met your crowd that you needed to get in touch with there. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, yeah.
Is there now that you've been doing the book stuff, have you gotten out in like done school visits and tours and things, or are you sort of
I-
stationed where you are now?
I've done a few school visits and library visits. It's it's one of those things where I it's like I have to put on like a I don't know. I'm it's one of those things. It's not. It's something that I didn't realize was part of the job description initially. Um, but it is fun to do when you do it. It's just like kind of like the anticipation beforehand that is can be rough on me.
Yeah, grueling and the getting used to getting out there in front of people. Like as an editorial person, you never had to get up in front of people and actually say, "Look at my stuff and how cool am I?" Uh,
Yeah,
sort. Um,
I yeah
have
yeah.
you?
I guess editorial illustration one. I always had a hard time with self promotion then because it was like you're just promoting yourself and like the work you can do.
Yeah,
It's nice with the books where you can like hold up something that you made and like this is I'm going to share this with you. That's a little easier. But still like getting up in front of people and talking is never easy.
the one of the things that I always like. I'm not a good promoter of myself in general, at least in my opinion. I like there's certain things I'm okay talking about, and then trying to brag. I think now there's probably people watching going like, "No, he brags all the time," um, but there is a different dynamic. And when you're an editorial illustrator, just like your portfolio does the bragging for you. You don't have to go out there and like try to sell your wares. You don't have to go to bookstores and go, "Hey, everybody, buy my book," and you
Mhm.
don't even know who's getting it at that point. Like you don't actually interact with your audience. But then all of a sudden, kidlit becomes a whole nother challenge when you have you go to a book reading and the readers are right in front of you going, "I think you draw monkeys weird," and like,
I mean, that's always fun to meet the readers because
yeah,
everyone is excited. And I guess I haven't drawn monkeys yet, so I haven't gotten critiques on my monkeys, but
yeah, someday. I don't know
yes.
if I've gotten critiques on monkeys yet, but at some point it's gonna happen. I know I've gotten like kids say things that are a little like, "Yeah, you probably don't have to tell the artist or the writer that little snippet of information," but do you
I,
when you do get out to those environments, um, where you're in front of a crowd, do you have a routine or is it more of just a like some illustrators you can tell they've been doing it for so long that it's not even a question. They just sort of get up and talk and uh, they don't have to do a lot of like prep. But it sounds to me like you mentioned that, that maybe it's a little bit more laborious for you to prep in those situations.
yeah, I guess uh, depending on like what book I'm reading, I feel like I have to have my talk geared to that book and the themes of that book and the
Yep.
message and then the craft with, and so it all feels like I have to reinvent it every year.
Now,
Um,
have you been sent out by the publishers or is it sort of just your own when you do go do those events? Is it of your
but
own accord?
yeah, that of my own accord, just having people contact me and me
Gotcha.
being able to get it together to get back to them.
Get back to it and say, yeah, 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 I'll be there. Uh,
Yeah.
the It's one of those ones where yeah, it's just it's a very different environment, and I agree. Like I knew getting into Kidlit there was some aspect of that, but um, I didn't realize how much not necessarily work it is, but like how much planning, how much organizing needs to go into um, the actual like making a calendar and making sure you don't have overlap from one location to the next, etc. Um,
Yeah, yeah, that's a struggle for sure. I've like booked things on the same weekend, and then I'm like, wow, this is going to be a really busy weekend.
yeah, yeah, you're spent by the end of it, and the have you ever like there was one time where I made a mistake and I didn't realize I put it in my calendar at the wrong time, and so like there were little kids waiting in their classroom for me. It was a remote one, which was like maybe a little bit easier, but they were waiting in their classroom for me to hop on, and I was at the time at the grocery store because I just forgot. But have you had any like mishaps, or is it pretty smooth sailing in the sense of once you know it's happening?
Um, Sorry, I missed part of what you said because I saw a comment about my drawing being out of focus. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was asking the idea of have you had any mishaps in the sense of organizing or getting to those events? Like, you know, once it's organized and once it's planned, you show up and it's probably more of a routine. But I was saying that in one case I had one where I forgot that I even had to do it, and I was in the grocery store and got a call from someone at the event going, "Hey, you're supposed to be online with our class right now." And
Oh,
I rushed home and tried to get on in time. But have you had any like major mishaps in that sense?
not yet.
Okay,
But
yeah, don't do what I did then. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess I have my yeah. It hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Um, and
That
so
sounds horrifying
yeah,
or stressful.
it was very stressful. I mean, it was totally my fault, and I did a offer to that school saying because the kids were, I don't know if they were upset. They were probably like, "Oh, we got to just sit around and do nothing, and didn't have to do homework or whatever." They were probably fine with it, but I ended up offering my like a free a couple sessions for them for more than that single class just to make up for it. But yeah, don't do that. It's bad times. Um,
Mhm.
so tell me a little bit uh, going in and thinking about breaking into this career, breaking into sort of kidlit, and the expectations you had versus the actual uh, what do I want to say, like the reality of the situation. Like, did you think? I mean, obviously, a lot of people come into it thinking like, oh, this is going to be easy, or that I will have a book that sells out very quickly and things of the sort. But can you give me a sense of what actually, like, what was it really like when you started?
Well, I guess like having it come out during the pandemic was. I feel like it's taken me. It it took me a while for people to kind of notice that there's so many books every year. I feel like it took me a while for people to start noticing my work.
Okay.
Um, I guess like I'm always so jealous of the people who debut and everyone stands up and notices it because that was not the case for me. Um, but it is nice. I feel like it at the same time. I feel like it gave me a little time to develop and just learn from each book. And like if there were a few books that might have gone under the radar, I'd learn something from them.
Yeah. Was there, um, like, now that things, because like obviously every Monday Mabel has gotten good reviews and you know has, I'm assuming, put you in the spotlight in a way that um, you know, maybe some of your first books had not. Do you feel like you're at a place now where you're, you know, the expectation level or um, the being seen and being heard as an artist has become less of an issue?
Yeah, I I guess like it's nice to know that people are picking up the books and really enjoying them. And I guess it does it takes some pressure off of like working on a book and thinking like I'm just releasing it out into the void.
Yeah.
It is nice to hear from people that that they're reading the books and they're enjoying the books. And a lot of times it's like parents and talking about how much they enjoy reading the books with their kids and stuff. And like I guess like I remember like just so many years back that I was like in that exact position, and like the books that you and your kid bond over just always it means a lot, and it's just nice to be a part of that, I guess.
And then talk to me a little bit about the writing side, because obviously you're coming to this from an illustrator and editorial point of view. And if you weren't taking lots and lots of writing in school, how did that come to be? Like, do you feel comfortable writing? Is it still awkward? Is it, a skill that was easy to adapt to in some capacity, or sort of how is that managed on your end?
I guess like I feel like I've always been telling stories. Like I guess even when I was little, like when I play with my friends, like before we played, I'd be like, "This is what the story is," and then tell them a story, and then we basically act it out. Um, so I feel like that is, I don't know. But then when you have the idea, I don't know. Each story is its own challenge. I also feel like it's one of those things where it's like almost like the less you know about it, the easier it is, and then as you start doing it more, it becomes more and more challenging. And I don't know if it's just it becoming more just aware of the process, or um, sort of concerning yourself with other technical things. I don't know.
Yeah. Are you
Um,
grammatically good at writing? Or are you like, I'm not, don't ask me about spelling, don't ask me about, punctuation. That is not my cup of tea. But some people, that's their like bread and butter, is they know how to
I,
like really put it together.
yeah, I think I'm okay at that. I think the one thing that I do struggle with is like tenses sometimes,
Yep.
where it's like I'll change tenses, or I'm writing in a tense that's maybe not as engaging as a certain tense. Um,
Does Erica call you on it, or is it sort of like how rough of a critique are you getting from Erica on that kind of stuff?
she can be hard to get things past. She'll definitely let you know if she doesn't like something. Um, but
In the
but
nicest
she
way
is but
possible, though, right?
she is very encouraging.
Okay.
Still, like I feel like even if there are things that she's always encouraging, and like I feel like she does give good feedback. Um, like in my first draft of Toad, uh, she she was like, "Oh, Toad isn't in this Toad by Toad." She was like, "Toad isn't in this that much because he didn't show up until like halfway through the book initially." Um, so like I don't know. I feel like, but I definitely have had projects that have you know haven't gotten past that stage.
Yeah. Is it when you're writing, is there a routine that you sort of go through in the sense of like to make writing easier for you? Is there essentially a method to your madness when it comes to some of that stuff, or is it just really sort of fly by the seat of your pants on each book?
Yeah, I guess I think it's fly by the seat of your pants on each book. I'll like I guess whatever the initial concept is, sometimes I'll write out something first and then thumb it, or sometimes I'll thumb it, or I'll write part of it and then thumb it out and then figure it out from there. There's a lot of back and forth, I guess, at that stage. I guess that's like my favorite part. I guess a lot of times, like I'll have an idea and I'll like just have to hold on to that idea and like until the point where I'm like I just have to like get it out.
And then with talk to me a little bit about sort of the illustrating someone else's manuscript, but also in particular you're illustrating someone's manuscript who also illustrates. And so that idea of what are the differences? Do you like it? Do you think it's challenge? I mean, hopefully you like it. I imagine it's probably not everything that writing and illustrating your own, but talk me through sort of some of the thought process there.
I guess I'm trying to interpret the poems. I guess like not do them as literal. I guess my fear would be just be like, oh, the poem says this one thing. I have to representing each. I guess illustrating it in the sense of like making a picture that adds to the poem rather than just
replicates.
Replicates. Yes, thank you.
No, I get that. The idea of like, especially with a poem is so like not necessarily abstract, but has the potential to be conceptual or playful in a way, and you don't need that narrative structure to make it hold up. Like you're almost doing like editorial work in a way, where you're like,
yeah,
how do I add on and not make it a repeat of what's already been said, even more so. And then is it something that you enjoy enough that like getting more opportunities to work on other people's stuff, or do you like having more of your own content to be able to play with?
I never want to say no to, or like, or
Yeah.
I don't want to say no before. I wouldn't want to say I'd never. I don't know. I really like making my books. This has been a fun challenge for sure. I'm looking for like I've got other things lined up after this that I'm definitely looking forward to doing another Toad book, and I have some other books that I'd like. I'm looking forward to just like figuring out. I guess figuring out the stories is like my favorite part, more so than like making the art.
Really?
Yeah.
What
I guess like when I have my dummy done, I feel like, yep, I'm done. So then it's like doing the finished artwork is just like I guess I have to do this so it's presentable.
if you could just hand in that dummy and call it a day.
Yeah.
That's you gotta find a style that essentially your sketches are the finish, and then you don't
Yeah.
have all that extra work that's out there. Talk to me a little bit about aesthetic. Talk to me about sort of. I realize I keep saying talk to me about this, but your aesthetic is this sort of uh, economical, meaning like you're careful about how much to put in, and you've got this sort of squatness, I guess. I don't mean
Mhm.
that in a way, but like the characters all have this kind of like little bit of a squat stature.
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about sort of how that came to be? Is that something that just naturally was part of your hand and it just showed up in all of your work, or is that something that you actively sort of pursued as an approach?
Well, I guess I'm always looking at uh other artists. I guess the economical thing made me think of when I was in school. I remember a teacher saying to me, like doing a figure drawing, and the teacher like pulling me aside and saying, "You need to know when to stop," because I would get it in a few lines, but then feel like, oh, everyone else is still drawing, so I should keep on drawing, and then I just overwork something.
Yeah.
Um, and I don't know. I guess the I don't know. And then when I started reading picture books again, the books that appealed to me were had a very simple uh, graphic look, like um, Christian Robbins, like Gaston is like a squat dog, and another book that that really when I read it, I was like, wow, I want to make picture books. Was the Bad Mood and the Stick with Matthew Forsythe illustrating Lemony Snicket.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Um,
I can see that. I can see the idea of like, I can see those influences sort of popping up a little in you.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
is it something that, one of the challenges that I with teaching, and I'm in a class right now that we're sort of dealing with style, and we're dealing with sort of how do you make work that is distinctly yours and set it apart from the next person over and things of that sort. Um, with your aesthetic, has it changed dramatically? I mean, obviously the editorial, you said that sort of dramatically changed from what you're doing today, or that you wanted to change from that sort of editorial approach. But has it changed just even in the 5 years that your books have been out? Do you think that it's evolving in some capacity?
yeah. I guess I've tried every book. I've tried something new. I've tried working a different way just to challenge myself and just to keep it fresh. Um, Even if it's something that like, but I did a second Toad book, and like it's hopefully will still look the same to people, but I did it in a different way. Just uh,
Wait, the Toad
but
book is already done?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought when you said it before, I thought you were still like in the process of making.
Oh no, the second one is done. Oh, I, yeah. There might be a third one eventually.
Oh, okay.
Um, but I guess like every book I've tried something new. Like I guess my first book, it was like super clean. And then the second book, I was clean also, but I was also started playing with like scanned textures. Um, and I don't know. I guess just trying different things and seeing how things evolve, and just also looking at my influences. And there were um, people like I really love William Steig,
Hmm.
and he has like such like you can really see like his hand or like there's like a wobble to the line,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and
Lucy.
like so
Yeah.
yeah uh so like I guess like I I was looking at him, and then like my first book was just so clean, and I was like, oh, I want to eventually start doing something that are like it's looser looking than how tight the first book was. And I don't know, I guess just not settling. I guess it's just like always trying new things, looking at different artists and seeing what I can pull,
Is
what
there
other giants' shoulders I can stand on.
is there artists in particular that like are working today that you're like, oh man, these are the stars for you?
Oh man.
Oh, real quick before I forget, it looks like your camera either shifted or uh, you're sort of drawing off stage
Okay.
right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
Um,
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
well, like I love Isabel Arsenault. Um, I love her stuff and Beatrice Alemania.
Yep.
Um, Christian Robinson. I don't know. I like those are people that when I was like reading picture books every day, like I would just always be reading their books and just their, looking up to the work that they produce. Um, Admiring their stuff.
Yeah.
Matthew Forsythe also.
Is there
Um,
um are there artists in particular that you look at that you go like um not necessarily the collaboration, but just that idea of um, you know, if there was some pairing or a way to interact with them on a regular basis that you're like, oh, this would be the person that would make the most sense to sort of compare to. I love Beatrice, I love Isabel Arsenault, all the names that you listed, but I also
mhm.
know that their aesthetic is so much different than what I do, or my approach is different than theirs. That um, I don't know if I could ever be like them or achieve what they do, but it would be interesting to sort of pair or to like connect with in some way and draw something akin to or have that kind of relationship of um, their work versus my work, etc. Are there artists in particular you'd want to like collaborate with or to engage with in that capacity?
Oh yeah. Another one is Mariana Copa.
Oh yes,
Um, yeah,
yes.
she sent me a message the other day or a while ago at this point, saying that how much she loved Toad by Toad and she loves Pop from Toad by Toad, and that just like blew my mind.
She's one of those names that I don't think a lot of people like know in the same capacity, but totally should.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I love her stuff so much. One of I feel like one of her first books, I think. I can't remember what it was called. It was like a rock character. I don't
uh,
know. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
is it the one that's
Petra. Petra.
Pet Pet Rock? No, Petra. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Petra. Yeah.
yeah.
Um, that one, I feel like that was a big influence on how I handled certain things in my first book. And I don't know. So I was like thrilled to get a message from her.
The oh,
But yeah, I don't know. I guess, does that answer your question? I guess I'm not sure if I understand.
no, no, no. Just that idea of like, yeah, who are some of these modern people that do interesting things that like you connect with in some way or some form or capacity, and that yeah, you answered. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. You I mean,
Um, yeah, I think it's one of the things that's funny about writing and illustrating is that, and then also I guess just reading, like, because you feel like, oh, I know this person, even just because work is so personal.
yeah.
Um,
Do you get out to environments to like hang out with folks on a regular basis? Like I know that you're in Ohio and you mentioned like Lauren Long and things of the sort, but uh, do you get the opportunity to hang out with the kidlit folks?
um, I like it. It's at the book festivals, and I got to go to ALA this year, and I got to hang out with Doug Salati and Matthew Burgess, and that was like so
Okay.
much fun. Oh, and um, Ben Clanton also, and
Yes.
Scott
Yeah.
Campbell, and yeah, that was a blast. Like I don't know, it was like such a fun weekend. I'm like, I'm gonna be thinking about this forever.
The yeah, that's the names there. I'm like, oh yes, yes, yes. They some of them I've met, some of them I've had on here. And the good thing about this industry, and you can probably speak to this too, is just how accepting everybody is. Like, no, I can't think of anybody that's like a jerk in Kidlit, at least to other Kidlit people. Maybe to people outside of Kidlit, but
Yeah,
maybe
I
there's
know it.
someone out there that hates, other artists. But Kidlit against Kidlit is never a thing.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
a great community.
did you? So I've said this many times, and I don't know if this holds true for you too, but I think that the Kidlit community, compared to the editorial, is much more connected and uh, like giving. It's not
Yes.
editorial is like that they're jerks or anything of the sort, but I just feel like Kidlit has been an easier sort of group to connect with on a regular basis, and that people are very uh, giving when it comes to their time and advice and things of that sort. Is that
Yeah.
true to your experience?
Yeah, I think so. I think the what my theory is to why those two groups are so different is like with Kidlit, like a lot of us we're making our own projects, and whereas in freelance everyone's kind of fighting over the same.
I can see that. Yeah,
So I feel like that just changes the vibe of things. Everyone kind of wants certain clients or assignments,
yeah. Everybody
whereas
stuff for New York Times, but there's so many different, or let's suppose there's a smaller cohort of editorial. I feel like at this point of
yeah,
options for work compared to Kidlit. And then you can also just make Kidlit on your own. It's not like you can go out there and like self-publish a magazine
right.
way that you could Kidlit. Not that I'm doing that end of it. I'm not out there doing self-publishing, but there is that option for people to be able to sort of interact with the community without necessarily having to go through a publisher in the same way. So
Yeah,
I
you
can,
can make your own opportunities.
yeah. Now, with the books having come out, obviously one of the things I'm always fascinated by is sort of people's understanding of how books work. And so, like when you come from that editorial world, you're handing off just a single image, and or a few, but you're not in the process of like trying to figure out pagination or all those little subtle elements. And I'm wondering, is there, looking back at the Kidlit stuff that you've done, was there a big learning curve in the sense of understanding how to put together a book? Or, I mean, obviously you said you did it when you were in college, but understanding pagination, understanding how to deal with gutters and that kind of stuff, was that stuff that you had to learn, or did that come pretty naturally to you while you were starting out?
I'm, I guess like I was aware of it. I feel like I, I guess maybe my first book they had a lot of negative space, so like the gutter thing wasn't that big a deal. But um, I guess like some of those technical things, it is helpful to when work with the designer who says like, oh, how how much space they need for gutters and or bleeds and things like that.
Yeah.
But I guess I don't know. I don't know. I was aware enough of that stuff that it didn't throw me for a loop, I
Yeah.
guess.
It's one of those things where like I know I was thrown for a loop a little bit on the first book, primarily not because of like not understanding how a book was put together, but more so because of like just not knowing how, when they produce the thing, how much the gutter would affect things, or you know weird little minor details that no one ever taught me when I was in school, like, hey, watch out for this little issue that will arise. But not everybody goes through the same thing. So um, with now that you've been in the game, for as long as you have, are there like goals and things that you want to achieve that are sort of on the horizon in the sense of, um, are you looking at sort of future projects saying like, oh, I really want to do this type of project, years down the line, or sort of where does that stuff land in the sense of your expectation level and your interest level in some of the projects that you could get your hands on?
There's so much I want to do. I guess I think it would be fun to do an early reader at some point. It's
Mm.
something I think about, just because uh, Frog and Toad and Little Bear were so important to me, and like um, seeing, I don't, yeah, I think that would be fun to do something like that at some point, and I would like to do uh, like some like a middle grade book at some point. I had the first thing that I sent around when I was first agent hunting was really text heavy. It was like 100 pages. It was um it
You
it
haven't
was
looked at ways yet.
yeah, I wasn't thinking like, oh, I didn't think of it as a picture book. I was like, oh, this is some sort of middle grade thing or something, but every page was illustrated, so I feel like there were I don't know. I'd like to do something longer form at some point for sure. It's just the time investment. Um,
I mean, you mentioned a graphic novel before, comics and things. Is that something you'd ever consider going back into?
um, Maybe I think yeah, I could see doing something like Sir Ladybug by Corey Tabor.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like I could do something maybe. I think the problem Yeah, I think that I'd probably do something like that. I think the problem I was having was when I was doing those comics, I was like still in a very like superhero zone.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was realizing like I don't know if I want to draw this many superheroes.
it the for those that like, I am not uh interested in really doing. I mean, people have said like, oh, you could do a graphic novel or things of the sort, but I just the repetitious element, the like there's a lot of challenges I think that go along with that. I just don't have the
Yeah,
time patience to deal with on a regular basis. Um, but I understand that like they sell well with that age group. And um, is there thinking about the early readers? I mean, that's one of those ones that's a challenge because of the text, even more so because you have to like the word choice has to be very specific for those to sort of work out. Um, is it something that you're like? Do you have folks that that are in that industry that you could sort of rely on and sort of go, hey, you know, am I putting too many words in this? Or
uh, well, I feel like Greg Fazoli's Earl and Worm books right now are my favorite of the new early readers that I've seen.
yep, yep.
So I feel like I want to shoot for something like that, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I feel like I know there's uh, things out there that have like certain guidelines that if I don't know. I feel like I just kind of want to aim for a I don't know. I like that low. I don't know.
Like a older audience, or
Yeah, I guess like I think I'd want to try and write what I write and then see how I
yeah,
can get it to fit, I guess, rather than worrying about the words to begin with.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, figure out the age group once you get it done, not necessarily.
Yeah, yeah. Go, yeah, yeah.
No, that's I've written a book that um, I'm trying to figure out sort of the age range, and I don't want to change the book too much um, because it feels right now. So I got to figure out what is the right formatting for it versus like how do I alter the piece to fit some pre-existing notion of what I think it should be or what anybody else thinks it should be, and it's a little challenging because their industry is built around these like rules of well this age group it needs to be this long and this age group needs to be this this word count or whatever it may be, and it can be a little frustrating if you don't fit that sort of perfect um, number or setup. Um, so talk to me a little bit. There I go with that. Talk to me again. Uh, Talk to me a little bit about sort of outside of art. What are the things that are driving? Are there hobbies and things that somehow influence what you do as an artist on a regular basis, or is it with a 12-year-old son? I imagine that you're in the same boat as me, where it can be a little just you're shuffling the kid from event to event or things of that sort. But are there things that you do for yourself to get away from art for a little bit?
Um, I guess I don't know. I feel like if I could have my whole life revolve around art, that's ideal. I don't know. Like, I guess going to the movies or watching movies I guess is I guess I feel like I can appreciate that on like a story level and like image making level and stuff.
Now you're
Um,
those off on taxes, right?
what's that?
You're writing those
Oh
off,
yeah,
right?
I should.
Yeah, you should. That's artist 101 is if it's storytelling related and you're using it as influence for things you're working on. Absolutely. What kind of movies are your go-to? Are you a sci-fi, horror? What do you
Um, I guess recently I've been rewatching a lot of Coen Brothers movies.
is
Um,
a favorite?
yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Um, but I guess like the last movie I saw in theaters was I saw the Del Toro's Frankenstein, it, um, which is now on Netflix. I need to watch it again on Netflix.
I tried
But
to last night. We were trying to watch it, and I don't think it's a fault of Del Toro. I think it's a fault of just a long day for me. But I fell asleep about a half an hour in.
uh,
And again, I don't think it has anything to do with the content of it. I think it was just I was very sleepy. Um,
yes,
but we need to finish it. Maybe like after this wraps tonight, we might try to dive back into it potentially. But um,
yeah, I definitely want to watch it again.
are you a Del Toro fan?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, I loved his Pinocchio.
We haven't
That
seen that either. I need to see
oh,
that
that's
one.
on Netflix too. I think it should be. That's
Which
incredible.
which one's better, Frank or Pinocchio?
Um, I think Pinocchio. I think I like that one more. I guess the nice thing about Pinocchio was that we could the whole family could watch that one and
Okay.
like it's like a favorite in our household and like every time we rewatch it I'm like shocked at like how many things how many moments in it that my son has remembered that like I was like oh I completely forgot about this moment.
Is your
Um,
is your son an artist? Like, is he big into the arts?
yeah, he uh definitely has an eye for art and um he thinks about movies a lot, and he talks about how he's going to make movies. Um, but he's always making stuff. He was always like building things out of cardboard, and it's different than like I guess when I was growing up, was always drawing nonstop. But I feel like he's always building things and making things.
Yeah.
It, yeah.
Is there, are you okay with him going into the arts if he wanted to later in life, being that you are an artist yourself?
I think so. I think I'd be thrilled.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
It's one of those things like it's the equivalent of like knowing the struggles that artists go through. Some people are like, no, I don't want that to happen, and some people are like, yeah, that sounds like great. My kid is not very. I don't. He's not that he's not interested in art, but I think that he is more likely to go into some other thing, and I'm kind of like, okay, good. I don't have to console him when an art director writes and says, "We don't like your work. We're not going to hire you." Kind of situation. I don't have to walk him through those struggles. Uh, but is there now your wife, is your wife an artist too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was
Uh,
she a Pratt person as well?
yep. Yeah. We met at Pratt.
And
Um,
what does she do?
she does illustrations for product designs,
Man, you're
or products.
the
Yeah.
illustrator. You got family left and right that are all in the business.
Yeah. It's the family business. Um, so yeah, I know she's really talented. She like when we were in the city, she worked for Martha Stewart, um, like designing crafts and um, crafting tools and paper packs and just all sorts of stuff for Martha. And like she was like in the office with Martha, which
Whoa!
is always fun to like I don't know think about. I guess
To hear the
that
stories,
yeah.
Martha's telling all about jail and
Oh
all the
yeah, I don't know. We love Martha.
yeah.
Um,
I
so
know.
and then yeah.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Then she's yeah, I don't know, but she's yeah, I don't know. Emily can do it all.
What is does Emily have a website or anything that you could plug to, or is it?
Yes, it's um uh E I'll E let's see, I'll spell it out.
Okay.
EEIBEL.com.
And is she freelance right now, or is she doing
Uh
stuff?
she 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 had been doing design for Joanne up until this year. Um full time, and then she recently just started working for a journaling company doing designs for them, illustrations for them.
And then is it?
But she had been freelancing over the this past summer, and she did a bunch of t-shirt designs for Winter Water Factory. It's like a children's clothing brand, but they do some adult clothes too.
Hmm.
So she the, basically a lot of the designs from their fall release. She did like the bulk of them.
How? Tell me, it, like the idea of having two artists, especially if there's lots of irregularity in the arts when it comes to jobs and things of the sort. Was that is that something that's sort of um, easier or tougher in the sense of um, the regularity and the consistency of work? Um, and obviously, like as a freelancer, you don't know exactly when stuff is going to hit, or you're going to have too much work or too little work, etc. But then on top of that, having two people that are essentially in the arts, is that something that like each other's struggles and the 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 challenges ahead, or is that something that sort of just really depends on the day to day operation of whether you have to think or manage expectations in a different manner?
Um, I guess I, I guess she be, I guess she has been able to find art jobs, illustration jobs, creative work that has been full time,
Yeah,
which is uh, definitely
takes the pressure off.
takes the pressure off. But and like I don't I guess uh yeah I don't I that takes pressure off for sure.
And then,
um
oh, go ahead.
I don't know. I think that's yeah. What were you gonna?
I was just gonna say, and then just that idea of both of you in the arts, how much of the sort of critique mentality shows up on a regular basis? Like, are you at dinner going, "Well, I saw that piece that was on your desktop the other day, and oh boy, you need to fix A, B, and C," or is it sort of? I mean,
Oh,
obviously there.
we're constantly. There's never unsolicited critiques.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Just uh, we'll ask for each other's opinion on pieces, especially when we're struggling on.
And are the opinions honest?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Too
Okay.
honest, too honest at times.
Like my wife went to school for illustration and painting, and sometimes I'll come up from the studio and she'll have seen what I've done, and and rightfully so. I'm not saying she's wrong for doing this of any sort, but rightfully so. Sometimes she'll hit something like, "Oh, I don't think that works," and she's right, but it does sting a little extra
Oh
uh,
yeah.
of some sorts, and so that challenge of like having someone that knows. Uh, if it's someone that like doesn't know how to do art, you can chalk it up to like, well, they don't know what they're talking about. But all of a sudden, you have someone that knows, and you can't just brush it off in the same capacity.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
is there now that you're doing kidlit? I'm assuming that you're booked out for a while, or that
Yes.
you have projects that are essentially on your plate that are uh, you don't have as much time. But do you get a chance to do a lot of sketching? Do you get a chance to do a lot of your own work? Playing with material or anything of the sort, or is it sort of just really dependent on your schedule?
Yeah. I guess it's just working on books. There hasn't been I guess the time I'm giving myself to play is when I'm trying new things, when I'm making the book.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, there's just always just so much just going on and like, life stuff that, uh, you know, running errands and stuff that, that gets in the way that it's just like when if there's time to work, it's like, it's time to work. I have enough on my plate that it's just like, gotta work when it's time to work.
yeah. What's your studio like? Are you in your house, or is it like, do you have a separate space defined
Yeah,
for you? Yeah.
it's in the house. It's a uh, big room. Uh, we think it used to be the garage of the house, and that the people who owned it before us turned it into a room in the house, but it's not heated, so it gets very cold in the winter.
Does
Um,
Now this is just your space, or is this for both you and your wife?
she has a setup here, but she likes to work.
Where it's
She
warm?
moves. She moves around.
Yeah. She likes the actual heat of the house.
Yes, yeah.
Time.
Um, yeah. But I guess because I have like a desk set up here, I'm like I have to work there. That's where I work.
And then,
Um,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh yeah, I don't know. I guess it just helps me kind of separate things. It's like, well, I'm working, and then trying to, even though it's inside of the house, kind of try to separate it a little mentally.
Does your 12-year-old invade that space?
Oh
Like,
yeah, I mean, he does his homework in here and stuff,
okay.
and yeah,
Oh,
I
the last.
like it when everyone's here. I guess.
Uh, I just there's sometimes where like, you know, the the world or life in the house gets in the way where it's like, can you take the trash out? Can you do those things? And my studio doesn't have a door, so there's no way to shut it and say like, like I need one of those on air lights that says like I'm in the middle of something. Um, but I was gonna ask your work ends up being digital, correct? In the end,
Yeah.
what are we using for program? Are you
Um,
Photoshop or you Procreate?
I'm I'm still using the Adobe. Like I'll use Photoshop and Illustrator. Kind of bounce back and forth between those two.
And then the like with the idea of working, I assume that because you're working on um, Photoshop and Illustrator, that like working off site isn't as much of an option at this point. Like bringing your work to a off-site location,
Like to like work at a coffee shop or something
yeah,
like that.
Starbucks, and
Yeah. Um yeah, I just yeah, I guess I've tried to like yeah, I don't know. I guess that is one of the drawbacks of working digitally is like I don't want to have to lug my Wacom and laptop around.
I mean
But
it's
I
the
have like I guess I like my snowman, a couple of my books like I did I like worked at them at my local library like when my son was doing like an after school program there.
yeah.
Um like I like was doing I know I did final art for I'm gonna build a snowman at the library. Like
The it's not any different than what I'm doing technically in the sense of I'm sitting here with a uh, you know pen, not pen, but paint and paper, and I can't really do a ton off site unless I pick up everything and move in a different capacity. So it's not it's not all that different. Um, my son just stepped down here and scared me to death. He just asked me to sharpen a pencil for him, and I saw a pencil come out of uh, my peripheral. There you go. He thinks that's hilarious. With 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 the work that you're doing, have you like how much time do you get to actually experiment? I know that you said that you do that at the beginning of the projects, but are you someone that uh, experiments on a regular basis? Is that sort of something that really just depends on the project? How much time you get to sort of devote to that?
um well I guess like I'm experimenting as I'm working on the project. Like I guess then I'm trying new things each book. So
Is that a goal in each time like that you do that? Like in the sense of do you set out a goal like on this book I'm going to experiment, or is it just as you're playing with material stuff just happens and it sort of defines itself as uh, the new method of
yeah,
making?
I guess it is kind of a challenge to myself to do something like that, or if the book if I have like a strong vision of what this book should look like.
Yeah.
Um, but sometimes it's also like giving myself certain constraints, like a sandbox to play in, and then like only allowing myself certain things while I'm putting it together, and then all of a sudden being like, well, this illustration really needs this, break, and then breaking a rule here and there
Yeah.
as needed.
Sort of giving yourself the freedom uh, to play, but also knowing when to pull back. And
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that at this point, especially with some of the books that have come out, do you think there's have you heard of a desire from people for you to sort of replicate what you've done previously? I mean, obviously with the Toad by Toad, that one is hey, this is a project that you want to do another version of. But have you had any like offers where people are going like, can you just replicate the same thing again? Or is
No,
it
no one has asked me that, I guess, which
well,
is nice that I don't
yeah,
know,
thankful
but
for?
yeah, yeah. Um, because as an artist, you want to be able to experiment and grow, and I don't, and I guess like when I think about my editorial stuff, like where I started and where I ended, were even though it felt like I was doing the same thing over and over, stylistically, I was like kind of honing what I was working on and like trying new things and learning new things as I went. And I guess I'm trying to do that in this field in kidlit too.
The I mean, it's one of those ones where I feel like there is probably uh, a hidden challenge for every illustrator of like the worry about what have I done, what are the expectations of folks looking at this work. Like I know that like I have I've switched material for the most part, or the way that I work, relatively within the last 3 years. But my books go way back before that, and so it's this question of like, how much are people expecting it to be the same, et cetera. And so that's where that question sort of comes from.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. I get that. Like, I feel like I'm just starting to like worry about that expectations from. I mean, it's just in my mind, I guess, worrying about like, oh, you know, getting like a good response from a book, and then I don't know,
I
starting
mean,
to worry like about like shifting too much, or whatever.
the reason why I ask is just because the every Mabel Monday, or every Monday Mabel, there we go, has gotten really good reviews, right? It's gotten like stars and all sorts of love and praise at this point.
Yeah,
And just that idea of like, yeah, at what point um, do those requests come in, or like with the Toad by Toad, the fact that you're moving on to another version of it, or another iteration of it, that expectation level of how much do people want versus what they should get, what how much are you willing to give them of that element. But there are artists who change on a regular basis and drastically change from book to book, and I'm just jealous
Hmm.
of that situation, because I think I get too tight. Um, what are your big takeaways, just looking at the industry, et cetera, in the sense of like, are there things that you think the industry needs to do better at, or needs to, or like is really successful at? So it's not all negative, but just like, now that you've been doing this for a while, and no longer are you on the outside looking in, are there things that you go like, oh, I wish that there was more opportunity to do A, B, and C in this industry, or
I, I s- I don't know. I still feel like a newcomer, even though
ah,
I'm 5 years in, so many books in. Like, I still feel like I just got here, I guess.
But how
I
long?
don't know if that's just something that I feel like in my life all the time with everything. Is like I always feel like, oh, I'm new here constantly in every aspect of.
Well,
Um,
do you get imposter syndrome at all?
oh yeah, yeah.
And
Um,
do you think
I,
that, like,
that
you know?
mostly hits me when I have to speak.
Oh,
Or,
okay. When you have to prove yourself through work,
yeah,
through pictures. Yeah, I mean, I get there's a part of me that looks at all the stuff that I've done and goes like, you have no idea what you're talking about, and I can't believe people follow it. And in particular, like because I'm a teacher, I have that concern on a regular basis. Like how much of the stuff that I'm talking about is just me spouting out nonsense, and are these students screwed once they get out into the real world and realize that I'm just an idiot making stuff up as we go along? Um, did you have good teachers going through school? Like, were there teachers in particular that you look back and go like, oh man, they were uh, so influential in
yeah,
your upbringing?
yeah. I feel like I had a good real art teacher in high school. Penny Shaw. Uh, I feel like she did a really good job of teaching design to us, and I feel like when people comment on design in my work, I always think like I that's probably where it all started. And then in college, I had Lynn Polly was one of my professors, and she definitely like got me so excited about being an illustrator. And just like I know, like I remember when I started sophomore year, I was still like, oh, I might go into like I might do illustration, I might be do fine arts, and then like I hers was the first class I had sophomore year, and I left that class being like, I am so excited to be an illustrator.
Oh, that's
And then I also uh, I had Rudy Gutierrez um, was a teacher of mine at Pratt also, and I uh, got to see he got an award this year at ALA, so I got to see him there, and that was fun to like see him again in that setting.
actually Lynn Polly hired me to teach very early on.
Oh, you know Lynn?
I do. I haven't kept in touch with her of any sort, but when I moved up to New Hampshire, she was the chair of the illustration department up here at what was formerly the New Hampshire Institute of Art, and she brought me in to teach some graphic design stuff and some illustration classes, and so there's I've had a fondness for Lynn's work, especially like when you talk about that looseness aspect, the like the stuff she did for the Jets back
Hmm.
in the day. That I'm always when students are like, I want to do sports stuff. I'm like, okay, go look at how Lynn did this. Um,
Yes.
and so I bet you the circle is probably not that wide between some of the folks that we all know. Um,
Yeah. I think that's very like I love her drawing and like just her portraits and the I was for the next Toad book that's coming out next year. I've got a whole bunch of signs in it, and so I was like when I was working on it, I just kept on thinking of like all the signage pieces that she does.
mm. Yeah, no,
Um,
she's very good at that like gestural loose sort of approach, but then she's also like she has such skill in so many different areas, and I forget where she is now. Like I haven't kept in touch with her enough to know exactly
she's
where.
in Pennsylvania. She's teaching in Pennsylvania now.
Okay.
But yeah, she was she reminded me of that when I was in school that I always did all of my projects or books. And that was like one of those like recently I feel like she sent me an old project and she said, you were always making books in school and I was like, oh yeah, I was. It's like it just felt like such a head slap moment.
Yeah. She called you out and said, "Hey, dummy, you should have been doing this way long ago." Um, do you think, like, looking back at sort of the longevity of career and editorial and kidlit and stuff, do you think that what you're doing now, like, would you want to change anything? And I know I understand the concept of like, well, if I change it, well then, it's not the same as what I'm doing now and blah 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 blah. But or I wouldn't be where I am if I didn't go through those steps. But I'm wondering, like, would you try to aim towards kidlit earlier, you think, if you go back and do it again?
Um, it's one of those things that I think about every once in a while, but I do think that I would have been coming to it from such a different place in my life that I might not have. I don't. I wonder if I had gone straight into Kidlit. I wonder if I would still be doing it now. I guess.
How so? What do you mean by that?
I guess I guess coming to it as a parent, um, and like I guess like I wonder if I would have been like uh as doing it as a parent. I guess just I feel like my perspective is so different on it than it would have been when I was, you know,
Oh,
22 or something.
gotcha. Yeah, your understanding of the purpose or the content has changed because of your life experiences. Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. I could probably say the same thing in that content, but I also know that, like, looking back, I know it was an interest level of mine, and I sort of had other jobs along the way, but now it just seems like it's such a no brainer. Like, why wasn't I doing these things at an earlier stage? Um, Let me try to figure out how to do all of the bits and pieces I got to do on this. Um, with working, the idea of sort of being a somewhat fast, and I'm not giving you the full, like, you're as fast as you were when you were doing editorial, but being somewhat fast. Do you, like, how long does it actually take to make a book? So, minus, let me just say, artwork wise, how
Artwork
long?
wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the story, the rating, I feel like could be hanging around for years.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I definitely like I know I was thinking about Mabel in 2020. Um, but like the actual making the art, it always feels so much longer than it is. Like it can take like maybe 3 months, maybe.
From, like, sketch to finish.
Or I guess maybe for just the finals. I guess once I get the okay to start the finals,
Yeah.
maybe, or it could be 2 to 3 months, maybe something like that. Um, the yeah, I guess I always go back into my emails and try and figure out like now when did I start? Because it always like when I'm in it, I'm so in it that I like lose track of time and like months just fly by or feels like it or I just have no idea what's going on outside of
Yeah.
the art.
Lot. Yeah. Is there a one of the questions I asked the last couple of people that have been on that I think is a fun sort of, for me at least, fun, is the idea that there is a point in a book where it becomes potentially arduous. It becomes like, oh man, this is just taking a long time, or I wish that I could, this project was over so I can move on to the next one, or whatever that is. But I'm wondering, sort of, when you're working, what are the stages that you go through? Like, it's like the 7 stages of grief. Is there a process when you're working on those books that, a certain time frame or a certain struggle that comes up
Oh
that makes,
yeah, like
oh,
I'll always hit a wall somewhere while working on project where I'm not happy, or I feel like things are taking too long, or I'm not happy with the direction or the overall the way things are looking together or the palette, and like
Yeah.
I do have books that like like the first Toad book, I like did it to a point, and then I was just so not happy with how it was looking, and then like changed the palette, and then I was like happy, I felt good about going forward. And then like loops, I was really struggling with that one, and then I realized, oh, the format of the book, I had to change the format of the book, and then all of a sudden it felt better. I don't know. There's always some moment in every book. I guess I'm going through that now where I feel like I'm I just start rethinking how what I'm working on, and so, I don't know. Just looking at my like having done a chunk of it, and then all of a sudden turning around and looking at it with a critical eye.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I can just be like, "Oh, I'm so happy I got this done," and then then kind of turning around and trying to look at it critically. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can get really bummed out while working on the final art. I think it's also because it's like before it's the final art, it's like it's perfect because it's just in your mind's eye, and then when you're like actually making those final decisions and like solidifying what the book is going to be, and it might not live up. I feel like I that my book, I'm going to build a snowman, is like all about this because it's a lesson that I have to learn every single book I make,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
it's like I have to like learn how to just like enjoy the process, and like it's never going to live up to like what my imagination is or what my dream of it is. Or like, and I guess the part of the reason why like the thumbnails can be so exciting is because they promise stuff, but then the final art has to deliver it, you know?
That makes sense. I like the terminology. Yeah, they gotta put what's the phrase, like they gotta um something about the check where the
Cash in the,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
don't write a check your ass can't catch. No.
yeah. The
I'm like what
thumbnails are writing thumbnails are writing checks. The final art has to cash.
yeah, some of that sort. I no, I have that same sort of the sketch part is so fun because it is so ambiguous and there's so much play and room for change, and then all of a sudden you hit this threshold where it's like, yeah, it's gotta become the thing that it's supposed to be, and um, that's not always the fun part. That's not always, it's you got to set it in stone, and if that stone isn't carved perfectly, you have problems. But oh, I see we have a question here from Tom Booth, who's tuning in. Says, do you have a creative habit you'd like to break, or one you'd like to adopt? That's a uh, good question. Is there something that like you do that you're like, oh man, I just constantly do this on a regular basis?
Um, let's see. Well, I mean, like, I don't know if this is what he's. I guess I wish I could get through the process, like we were just talking about. I wish I could get through this process without having moments where I get so bummed out while I'm working on the final art. I wish that was possible. I don't know. I don't think that's the creative habit like what he's talking about, but
No,
uh,
I get it. I'm right there with you. I mean, like, I would my initial take is, and this is gonna sound weird, but I lean everything. I force everything is to the right. Like I have this habit of everybody looks to the right. Everybody, the whole page, and it's the page turn. But I tend to like fall back on that, and so this idea um, of not always playing the typical route would be lovely. And I see other people can do it, and it's just not in my standard wheelhouse. But are there things like that, like you gravitate towards,
I,
and you're like, oh, I
I
wish I
mean,
could.
like I like that. I feel like so many of my books, everyone's going to the right, but I think it gives the characters like a sense of urgency and momentum. I guess like Toad and Mabel are like constantly going towards the right. Um, I I feel it. I That's something that I do a lot too. I like the flow that it gives to the book because you're kind of moving along with the
Yeah.
characters.
Like there's a reason for it. I just wish I wasn't so reliant on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it just
Um,
that's just the way it is. So
yeah. I That's something that I do a lot too. But uh, I guess um, yeah. I don't know. There are. I guess there are some things that I see people do in books, and I always think like, oh, I would never have thought of doing that, or like when people. I guess there's certain like when people do vignettes, or I guess I I feel like I'll like figure something out, and I'm like, well, I'm doing this through the whole book. It's just going to be. I'm just going to do this sort of approach. I guess when I see people like change it up throughout the book, I always think, oh yeah, you can do that too.
the my ideal book is a book that every page can be different. That there's no set rule on like, oh, you have to have the characters match from page to page, which doesn't happen in narrative books. Like in the poetry book that you're working on, that probably can happen, but on a narrative book, it's a little bit harder. But I would even venture to say one of the things that I would love to be able to do, and I don't know if this speaks to you as well, but I wish I could draw girls better. I'm not good at like when I draw girls, they tend to have the iconography that says girl, and I wish I didn't have to rely on those like cliche symbols that imply that, if
Mhm.
that makes sense. And I don't know I 100% know what that means, but uh, just that idea of like I wish I could draw. Like I look at someone like Rebecca Green or Beatrice or any of those folks, and they draw these like characters that are just so distinctly like they have such uh, feminine charm, and then I just go, oh, I got to put a bow on it, and
Uh,
in order for it to work. And I wish that wasn't the case on a regular basis, but um, that's that's part of the challenge for me. So, are there things that are tough for you to draw?
um, I guess like I try to avoid perspective when I can, or like do as stylized a perspective as I can. I feel like
Because
that.
perspective is hard, or because it's just not your favorite thing to do?
Feel like I don't know if it's just like we did some really intense perspective stuff like freshman year at Pratt, and I don't know if I'm still like traumatized by that. Just like because I'm like I know the right way to do this, but I'm not going to do it the right way. It's just like I don't know, just mental rules or like things that I have for myself that it's like, oh, if I'm not going to do it the right way, I shouldn't. I don't know.
You want to make all your teachers cry. You spend all those long hours slaving over you trying to get you to draw the right perspective. No, I mean perspective to me is just something like it's you either want to follow it or you don't. But
Yeah,
it as long as you are consistent in the rules in which you play with perspective, then I don't think it really matters all that much. Um, But yeah,
I
I'm
guess,
someone
yeah, I
I enjoy
agree.
throw off perspective. I think perspective is uh, a thing that you can make a choice. Let's put it that way. Um,
Yes.
there's some people who are like fabulous at it, and I think if given enough time, I could figure it out to a level where I could be, but it's not my interest. There are bigger fish to fry than whether that table is exactly right. Um, uh,
Yeah, I agree.
uh, oh, okay, never mind. Um, is there is there like a if you had to fall back, you were given you got to draw something, and you don't have the time to figure out all the uh, nuances of developing something new, and you have to fall back to something that just feels like it's perfect and easy for you. Are there like characters or things that are just like these are the things you like to draw on a regular basis?
Like, uh, I-
Like in the sense of like I tend to draw bears a lot, or for some reason I really want to draw elephants all the time, and I have to
huh.
stop drawing elephants because there would be elephants in every piece if I did do it every time. And so I'm wondering, are there things that you look at and you go like, oh man, I love drawing these types of characters or things of the sort.
I guess like I'll draw cartoon animals or like, yeah, I guess cartoon animals I feel like would just be like a go-to, and like drawing vehicles was something that I never had an interest in until my son had a huge interest in trucks and then or vehicles. So then I would started drawing them to like entertain him, and like I guess like when I'm just looking at the stuff I've drawn tonight, I'm like filling in the little gaps with vehicles and a bunch of random cartoony animals. I think that's I would do a lot of blind contour drawing. Also, I guess like just yeah, that would be another fallback, I guess.
Going back to fundamentals from school.
Yeah, I guess that a lot of my freelance editorial, like the way I tried to keep the drawing like spontaneous was I got really good at blind contour. Just like just be start each drawing would begin as a blind contour, and then I would have to go in and make a few tweaks in Photoshop to like make it look like the specific likeness. But
Yeah. What? Wait. What do you mean specifically? What kind of editorial were you doing? Were you
oh,
doing
like I did a lot of
like political stuff?
I did a lot of like portraits for the New Yorker of like different musicians or actors and things like that.
Mm. Any tough ones in particular that you had to like capture the likeness of?
Um,
Because that's a skill I do not have is capturing likenesses or the like
I
the
had to
new.
draw Keanu Reeves for the movie Constantine, and like I really struggled with his likeness.
Because you
Um,
do Bill and Ted. You had a
yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I had such. I don't know if it just had to do with like the reference I was working from, or I just like really struggled with getting him. Or I guess there would also be times where it'd be like I thought I got the likeness, and then the art director disagreed, and then like I have to like make the changes, and then there are some I can see it. I feel like when I look at illustrations that other people do, that I can tell like, oh, I can see the parts where they had to like keep on reworking an area. Just because I could see that in my own work, like where you're like you can tell like the likeness has just kept on gone over so many times that it just like it's like become an abstract thing to that person.
Yeah, yeah. Or like I always reference someone like Kirsten Ulv. I don't know if you know Kirsten Ulv's work, who did Illustrator and did lots of uh, likenesses.
Hmm.
Um,
I
it's very,
recognize the name.
yeah, Ulve, I believe is how it.
Yeah.
But she was so good at like getting the like weird little shape. And I don't know if she still does as many portraits or anything. I haven't really kept up as much with what she's doing, but she was so good at capturing just like the little like twist in someone's cheek that would make it distinctly them. And you know, you can put in all this effort and time, and if you don't get that one little spot like that, it becomes, you know, it looks like someone else, or it becomes some other piece or some other likeness. And she was so good at that that element.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, that is not my cup of tea. It's not anything I ever really practiced. Um, I lived in such a cartoony world for a majority of the career that was not a thing that I jumped on. Was that something that you like when you were in school? That was the kind of stuff you were doing, or is that something you did more so after?
Yeah, I did stuff like that in school. I did like when I was young, like for fun, I would like we would get Entertainment Weekly, and I would be like, I'm gonna draw every face in this Entertainment Weekly, and then just have like a page like pages of just like drawing every likeness that I saw in the magazine.
Wait, and that was fun.
That was fun. Yes, it was a challenge.
Yeah, that sounds like a
Um,
me. That's just the idea of like having to live by those rules that the person sets up with their face. Uh,
yeah, I definitely it is a fun challenge to do that sort of thing, and then also when you're trying to stylize, do work in a certain style, and then like apply it to how someone looks and like translate
yeah,
someone like I really like I'm a big fan of Hirschfeld and
mm.
just like how he was able to do what he did and like you can still recognize these people all these years later.
The Hirschfeld. Every time I look at a Hirschfeld, it's like I don't even. This is gonna sound bad because like Hirschfeld stuff is great, but the first thing I do is look for Nina whenever
Oh.
someone. And it's like it's the person who loves puzzles in me that immediately says like, oh, you got to find this, otherwise you're wasting your time. And there's a few of them I have seen that I have not been able to find the name, but it's in there somewhere. Um, is there thinking like outside of illustration in particular, are there artists or people that you look at that you go like, um, you know, like painters or fine artists or things of that sort that are your go-to, like people really should know who this person is, or I wish, you know, that they deserve more respect or something of the sort.
Oh,
Uh,
like I guess as far as I mean, I definitely have like a lot of fine artists that I think about a lot when I'm working on my different projects. Um, but like I guess as one that I feel like more people should know about is Sally Michael.
Sally Mike.
Um, it's
That,
spelled Michel. She was Milton Avery's wife, and I feel like her stuff. I don't, it like you can see how they work together, and you can. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I know he's famous, and like I don't know why she isn't as famous as he is, or she should be as famous as he is.
patriarchy.
Yes, I guess I know why. Yeah,
Hate to
but
break.
I think she deserves some. more love, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh, and another one, I work like I for a few years when I was in the city, I worked at a gallery in Manhattan, and they dealt with a lot of paint, uh, painters from the 30s and 40s. They did more stuff into the 20th century, but their focus for a while was the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
Um, so there's like Doris Lee. I feel like she has she did a few children's books. I think quite a few of them did children's books also. But Doris Lee is a painter who I like a lot. Who I feel like I think she also did illustrations back in the day.
Mm.
But it's kind of it's definitely like folky looking art. Um, and oh, this is just a fun thing. But we had like that gallery had abstract paintings by Esfer Slobodkina, who is the author of Hats for Sale, Caps for Sale.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So like it was fun to see her abstract work.
Was that you said that was like right after you got out of school working at the gallery, or?
No, it was around it was like around 2010.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where like I feel like hearing some of those names and like some of the names sound really familiar, and I have to go look at the work just partially because my brain is mush. But that idea of so many illustrators spend time just looking at other illustrators and not jumping outside of their industry, or cross-referencing all the other things that are out there that make um, that make us have diverse visual references in our works, and we're not all just doing the exact same thing. Um, and so having some of those names for people to sort of pull from, I think, is a great resource. One of the challenges I give my students, there was a former teacher that I worked with that usually phrase it this way, and I think it's the best way to phrase it. But the who's your hero's heroes, and
Hmm.
sort of who are you looking at, and where did they learn their practice, and is there a way to pull from some of those folks that um, you know that may not be uh, your initial entry point, but can you use those as um, ways to learn and grow, um, and discover sort of like how they came to be the artists that you like, how they came to be by finding out what they worked on. When you were in school, were there artists in particular that you were like that you leaned heavy on? Um, I as an example, I when I was in school, it sounds weird, but because it has nothing to do with my work, but John William Waterhouse. I thought John William Waterhouse was amazing,
Oh
and
yeah.
not to say that he isn't, but looking at my work, it's not like I'm doing anything akin to what he was doing. Um, but are there artists that you like go back to that era and you go like, oh man, I was obsessed with whoever?
Yeah, I guess in school, especially like anyone who had a really distinct line I was interested in. I guess I really like clear line stuff. Like I was into Hergé and Alex Toth. Um, but then I also I really loved David Hughes. Um, I'm trying to think of other people who I was. Oh, I guess I love Alex Katz just in general still. Um, but yeah, I guess in school I was anyone who had like a strong line I was very interested in.
So you were working what, just pen and ink at the time? When
Yeah, yeah,
you line, are we talking ink work, or are we talking just line in general? Like
line
what is
in general.
yeah.
Like it just because I know like Alex Toth would just like draw with whatever pen was handy. It didn't
Yeah.
have to be anything fancy. Um, so I don't know. He's one that, speaking of like just simplicity and like knowing when to stop, his work is just so incredible.
I mean, that makes sense too with you mentioning like William Steig and the simplicity that's involved there, and like the line work, etc., because that's sort of what he's known for. Have you ever read CDB?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's a fun one.
That's one that the at the time the dean of the school brought up to me and said like, "Oh, have you ever seen this?" And like, it's my favorite kids book, and I saw it and I was like, "What is this thing?" Because I had never
Mhm.
heard of it prior, and like, it's so funny and stupid in a good way, stupid in a good way. That I'm so glad that uh, he showed it to me, because it's one of those, like, I liked William Steig before, but I did not know about that book in particular. Um, and it has become a fun, like, weirdo book, if that makes any sense. Like,
Yeah.
just not a standard fare picture book to be able to reference. So I'm trying to figure out how much line work to put in my lion now to make my lion feel lived in. Um, I'm trying to introduce more line into my work in general, but it's not always my standard uh, work process. And so,
Yeah,
like,
I
big
feel
block.
like. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to. I feel like my when I shifted to doing kidlit, I was like had been gotten so sick of line that like I didn't really use it, and I'm trying to figure out how to work it back in, or like find some sort of happy medium where I have line again.
Yeah, that's it's. I think some of it is like the industry itself is not super like just line oriented. And what I mean by that is just like color and whatnot tends to take the or tends to win that race. And so that idea of like, how do you fit line in so it doesn't feel too basic? Because sometimes line just becomes black and white, and like, how can you get line in there in a way that sort of adds some life and some excitement into it in a way that just a black and white drawing wouldn't. But it is tricky of sorts. But is there uh, thinking about sort of the idea of crit and um, sort of I guess we're not really talking about that right now, but it made me just think of this. But do you have a crit group that's out there that you meet with? Is there folks that have become the, like, besides your wife, who you talk to on a regular basis and say like, hey, what do you think?
Um, it's basically Emily as far as that goes. Occasionally I'll ask for an opinion on something from someone, but I don't really have a regular crit group. I feel very I have a hard time sharing things in process, I think.
Hmm.
Um,
Because you want to like diminish, or is it somehow a like uh want to keep it secret from people until it actually like breathes life into the world?
I think it's more that. As crazy as that sounds, I
Because
feel like it's just like wanting to like feel like I'm working on this secret thing in my studio.
yeah,
Um,
I
but
mean, there's also rules about like you can't share it with the public in certain ways until it's sort of more set in stone. Um, or there's rules like, how much you can share with folks online and things of the sort. But that's different than just, hey. I have some work that uh, I'm showing to my friends, kind of situation.
Yeah, I don't know. People have shared things with me and have asked for feedback, which I've tried to. I feel like I, yeah, I don't know. I haven't. I guess I usually like. I don't know. I guess if I have a question, if I feel like I need an outside perspective, I have sent things out to like a Jacob Grant or Mika Song when I wanted to get their opinion on like I had two different versions of something and I had my preference and I wanted to see if
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Yeah. The did you go to school with anybody that's in Kidlit now?
Um, I well, I I did, but like I didn't really know them in school. I knew
Oh,
of them, I guess.
yeah.
Um, like Lucy Ruth Cummins was a year ahead of me at Pratt. Um, and it's fun that we get to work together now. She's like uh in addition to being an author illustrator, she also is a designer and she worked on uh Mabel and I'm gonna build a snowman. So that's been fun. Um but and the Brendan Wenzel was a year ahead of me at Pratt also. But I didn't really know. I don't know if I ever talked to him. I knew his stuff. I saw him around and stuff. But
Yeah, but
yeah,
he was a hermit that hid away. I didn't. Where does he live now? I feel like he lives. I'm trying to think. I had a student who was his neighbor growing up, and so
huh.
they'd come to class and be like, "Oh yeah, Brendan looked at my work and thought this," and I'm like, "Oh, you just grew up next to Brendan Wenzel."
Mhm.
Um, with
Um,
the area. Oh, one of the questions I like to ask here, and then I think this will probably be a big tell based on what you've already said prior. But what's your collection look like right now? What are we? How's your library?
my children's book library. Yeah, is that what
Yeah,
you mean?
in your house, that library. What's your collection look like? Do you have a big collection of books, or are you paring down? Are you?
Oh, if I could line the house with bookshelves and fill those bookshelves, I would do that. Um, I have a nice size children's book collection. I could show it to you.
Yeah, if you can, I'd love to see. Sort of like it's always the some people have a ton, and some people have just the tiniest little inkling of.
Well, I credit the size of my collection to there's a bookstore in Connecticut that we visit. It's a used bookstore in Connecticut we visit once a year. And they just have I don't know, I just like go crazy and get so many books every year. So I try and um here. Oops.
There's gonna be a second. There's a delay on my feed, so give me a
Okay.
second to see or can comment. But yeah, show away. Oh, I'm seeing you move now.
Okay. I should have let's see. Uh where is the camera? I don't know. I should have thought that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, stacks
Yeah.
and stacks.
Yeah.
Do you have a special spot that you keep yours?
Oh, I
Or
just have a box. I put all of mine in.
uh,
There.
My
but it's like organized by artist.
that's a harder organization to do. Like I have it by author because it's just not all books. Trying to figure out the author name is not easy when it's on its side because not all of them have them listed in the same way. I give you credit for that one. That's a tough way to go. Um, and then I guess a couple of questions I had regarding sort of the future and sort of aspects of making for you. Do you have a sense of like, I think it was Tom asked sort of like, what are things that habits that you want to pick up? Do you have an idea of like how you want to grow your artwork in the sense of either aesthetically or um, the how do I want to say this? Like the way that you make. Is there a way that you are trying to like implement some new things in the future? Because you mentioned that idea of like wanting to try things out and to experiment, but that's not always the easiest thing in the world. But are there goals that you have essentially that you're trying to get in there?
Um, I guess I always tell myself I want to just do a book. I always want to do a book traditionally, like just like pen and ink, at
Yeah.
least just like so I have originals. Um, but I guess that's something I'd like to do someday. I guess a challenge for myself. But when it comes down to like, so I don't know. I'm always like wanting to just jump right in there.
I like the idea that so you have originals as a the problem is once you have originals like I do, you have too many originals, and then you have to store them somehow, and they become a nuisance long term. That's the stack of artwork that's sitting on the side over here by me is a bit crazy, and so there's part of me wishes everything was just digital. So um, that is a funny sort of statement to me.
Yeah.
Um, is there thinking about? Oh, that's the wrong color. I can't do that color for that character. Shoot. Um, thinking about that idea of like if you were to go traditional, is there a medium in particular that you would lean on?
Um, I guess I don't know. I would like to do like maybe like neocolor or watercolor pencil or something along those lines, or even if it or pen and ink and then just color it digitally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess these are the things that I dream about, I guess, or imagine doing. I don't know, or collage. I don't know. There's so many good options, I guess.
I'm
I
trying to
guess.
like. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Oh, I guess then I don't know. I do enjoy working digitally because I feel like I can kind of do all of those things, and like I have the option of an undo button.
Yep. The mighty undo that can save you in an instant from peril.
Yeah, and then also layers, things like that. Although I do feel like there are, it's interesting to see like how like other like artists work in the past, and they used layers also, but it was just like they had different tools. They had to work on acetates or something like that.
Yeah, they had a ruby lith or
Yeah,
all those things that are like so antiquated at this point, but gave such like when you go back and look at all those like 40s and 50s, they had such like limited color to be able to play with, or it was, you know, the nuance of the color that we have now today wasn't just even feasible for them. Um, with that idea of sort of working in a medium that potentially is different for you, is that something? Are those mediums things that you know you have worked with in the past, or is that just something that like, oh, these would be fun to play with because of some aesthetic choice?
Um, I guess in school I did a lot of stuff with like Neocolor and pen and ink, and I guess it would just be kind of like going back to those roots, I guess.
Yeah,
Um, yeah.
Neocolor is one of those ones where like uh, is not my, because Neocolor, that's pastels, right?
Well, I guess that I mean there are a couple of different types of Neocolor where it's like there's some where it's like a crayon that reacts to water.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say like pastels are not my. I'm too messy with pastels, and so the trying to think about how to use those in a piece is sort of dangerous for me because it would just turn into a big dust bowl.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah. You know, isn't it Gary Kelly, the illustrator?
Kelly, that sounds familiar.
Um, but his stuff is like pastels, and I guess maybe they're oil pastels. I don't know, but he always make his stuff always makes me want to try that.
Yeah, there's a few like I look at uh, this last time I had on uh, police no Felicita
Oh
Sala
yeah.
and seeing her work and like how she was using watercolor. I'm like, man, I want to do a watercolor piece again. I
Uh-huh.
want to be something that has that much water in it because I tend to paint relatively like thick, or not thick, but like opaque. And seeing how she used this sort of translucent and sort of opacity in her favor, or the lack of opacity rather in her favor, I was like, man, I wanna do that again, but at some point I'm gonna reinvent my process. It's not today, but it's
Actually, it's her work, her couple of her recent books that it made me want to like do neo colors.
yeah,
Um,
I could see it. She
yeah,
when she was on, she did this thing like I don't think a lot of people would really like go like, oh, that's the most genius thing in the world to me. But it was this little like shadow that she put down with Neocolor that I was like, oh, this thing is so lovely uh,
oh,
because of
she
this.
was using Neocolor?
I think so. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
she used something that was akin to it at least. I don't know if it was exactly Neocolor, but it was similar in some
Hmm.
capacity. Um, but it was she did this guy in watercolor, and like to separate out the arm, she just did this really beautiful little uh, I don't even know, like just little texture of color on one spot, and it just made everything perfect and worked out so lovely. And I'm like, in collage, I don't have that option as often as the way that she did it. So someday, someday we'll get that in the oeuvre
Hmm.
of things that I do. So I just realized I made a big mistake on this, so I gotta adjust it. This is not supposed to come all the way over where it is. Um, and then talk to me a little bit about the sort of the publishing world in general. Like, do you get out to uh, talk to publishers? Are you someone who's out and about for events and things, or are you sort of because I mean, obviously you're in Ohio, but like, do you get to some of the bigger events besides like ALA? I get, but like, are you out to Society ever?
Uh,
And
No, I guess like if I'm invited to something or if someone's paying my way to something, I'll go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Makes sense.
Um, but uh, besides that, I'm staying put, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, ALA was a lot of fun because I got to meet all the editors I work with there in person, which was nice. And um, like Tundra had me to at a thing in Columbus uh, last year, like the beginning of last year, and that, or maybe it was 2 years ago at this point. But I don't. It if I'm invited and
I mean, if they invite you to like uh, the Mediterranean, you're gonna go, right?
oh,
That's yeah.
are they paying the way?
I one can hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's I just like the caveat that yeah, if they're paying, then I'm going. Um,
So,
the with ALA, they must have paid for you to go to that one too, right? Or was that on
yeah.
your own?
No, they I was their guest. It was very nice.
Were you there
Um,
every Monday, Mabel, or was there something else that you were there?
oh,
Particular?
because I was there to get the Gazelle honor for Toad by Toad.
That's right. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
That one that you
But
got the award for. Uh,
yeah. But that was, but so Tundra was there and Simon and Schuster was there and they I was able to do a signing at both booths, which was
yeah.
nice.
The I went to one years and years ago. I'm gonna say like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. So I guess it's not really years and years ago, but it was a ways back. Um, and it was a lot of fun, and I got to do a signing and whatnot. But there was another book that I had that was there on display, and it was only a which I didn't realize they did at events like that, but it was a F&G
Oh yeah.
and not the actual official book. And I was kind of surprised that was a thing that they did, that they would actually have just F&Gs there for people to look through. But now it makes sense why. Like I understand the reasoning, but it caught me off guard a little bit that it was just a for those who don't know that are listening, F&G is a fold and gather, i.e., the book that is all printed but just not bound together yet. And so it sort of threw me for a loop seeing that sitting there like that. Um, when you got the nomination for the award, were you like what was the thing that went through your head? Did you know that you were going to get something of the sort, or was it like was there inklings of it beforehand, or was that a surprise
Um,
for the Geisel?
yeah, that was a big surprise. They called me the night before it was announced, and that like I didn't answer because I wasn't expecting any sort of call like that.
So you just got
Um,
that you had to listen to the next day that said that.
well, like when they left a message, I listened to it
Yeah.
because usually if it was just a spam or whatever, they don't leave messages. So I don't know. That was a really exciting moment.
And then
Um,
when you went, did you bring family and stuff, or was it just you that was there?
no, I brought Emily and Max came with me. It was a really nice time. I was glad that I don't know. Max still talks about going to ALA and like different, books he picked up there and things he saw and stuff, and he had a great time.
Because that's not an event that like little kids go to on a regular basis. It's like just a bunch of librarians and industry folks And so you must have been pretty excited. It must have been fun for him to see like the crowd that was rolling through there.
Oh yeah,
Does he like picture books? Like
yeah,
at
yeah. He
little,
loves books.
has he
He,
removed himself from that and started doing like graphic novels and things of the sort?
yeah, yeah. He's more into graphic novels now, but um, when I'm still bringing home stacks of picture books from the library. He'll go through them, but
Yep.
yeah, he loves graphic novels. Like he's a big fan of Raina and um the Dogman books, and I'm trying to and the Dan Santat book, The First Time for Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he yeah loves that one. We actually went down to Columbus a few weeks ago to see Raina speak at the Billy Ireland.
yeah.
So that was
Is
a lot of fun.
is he into manga at this point, or is that?
Uh, no, he hasn't gotten into that yet. He has, I think someone had given him for a birthday present, like the first volume of, or it's like the collected first three volumes of One Piece, but he hasn't gotten into that yet. I don't know if the reading backwards is kind of
Yeah.
makes it a little a bit of a challenge, I guess. But
My son has thoroughly gotten into One Piece to the point where I think he's caught up with
oh wow,
all of the books at this point, and there's, I mean, hundreds of them, and he knows every little detail about every one of those characters, and I don't, I have not paid attention to it enough to be able to tell sort of what he's even talking about half the time. With um, it's a fun series. We watched the Netflix uh, show that's based on it, and it's fun, but it is a ridiculous amount of books in that series. So if your son gets into it, just know that you're going to be going to the library nonstop to get the books that so he can stay up to date with all that's there. I can't even guess how many books are in that series, but it's a
yeah.
ridiculous amount.
I remember years and years ago going to a library, and the librarian was recommending that to me. And he was like, "It gets really good around volume 15." And I was just like, I was like, "I'm out."
15, like, no, it's I just he was doing those 3 book sets and just like plowing through them. He would read one in like a day or two, um,
Wow.
off to the next one. And I mean, it's good. It's not like it's horrible content, but
Oh yeah, yeah,
it's still it's a lot. And if you don't want your pocketbook to be chewed up, uh, through having to get all those, yes, library is the way to go. That's what we ended up
yeah.
doing. Trying to figure out how to manage this little. Okay, I have so much more to do on this, and we're already at. We only have like 53 minutes left in the session before it kicks us off.
Wow.
Have all the giraffes to do and all the detail work to do. We're gonna get there though. This is the problem of I have something that I like pre-planned, how I'm gonna make it, and now I have to like fulfill. If I was just goofing around with drawing, then I wouldn't have this rush. You could just say I'm done. How when you're drawing, just like sort of playing around, do you have a goal that you set ahead of time? Like, oh, when I work today, I'm gonna do A, B, or C, or is it sort of like today? You know, obviously you're sketching, but did you have some goal that you were trying to achieve just in general, even if it's like uh, that you want to, be a little bit more loose with something or anything of the sort?
Just fill the page, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if I had any uh goals loftier than that today. I guess just have fun, have fill the page, have fun.
And have you? Have you
Yeah.
had fun? Okay, good. Good. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that you had fun the whole time. Um, I have to figure out. Okay, wait. I'm trying to figure out how to draw. I have like a little meerkat looking dude, but I got to put all the details on him to make him look meerkat-esque.
Hmm.
I'm not 100% sure what a meerkat looks like, which is part of the problem. But I don't want to have to reference. Um, with the as you work on things, like when you were doing the tow truck, the Toad by a Toad, were you like, well, actually, give me a little, because this will probably solve some of my question, but give me some little background on sort of inspiration for some of the projects that you worked on, in the sense of when you were doing something like that, was there uh, a moment that started that inquiry into how to draw tow trucks and things of the sort, or was it just sort of you wrote the story and then it just had to be put together?
Um, well, I guess I had the title, and then it was just a lot of doodling after that and coming up with little rhymes and kind of piecing this story together like page by page, and then figuring out what the story was, I guess.
So
Um,
it was title first, though.
yes, yeah, in that case it was.
And
Um,
with the title, was it like, did you have, when, because I have a book right now that's in the back of my head that I want to sort of figure out, and there is a title that I really like, um, but I have yet to sort of figure out exactly what I'm going to do with it. Um, how much sort of like, when you have the title, did you at least have an inkling of like what it could be, or was it more so just a like, here's some funny words, and you didn't have the how it was going to come together in the end at that time?
I had the title for a while, um, and then I just started brainstorming ways that vehicles would need, or reasons why vehicles would need to be towed.
Okay.
So then the first part of the book that I wrote was like the Katie Cat had a flat, Davy Dog hit a log, like that section, um, where it's just all the characters having trouble with their cars, their vehicles. Um, and I had that for a long time. And then there was a while where I was like, oh, this could be like a series. I was like, maybe this is a series. And like and like one volume will be like Katie Cat has a flat. That'll be one volume. And then it'll be about Toad helping Katie Cat out. And then I quickly, I don't know, I eventually realized that wasn't going to work. And I ended up using up all those titles and ideas. Like I just like put it all into one book, even though I was, and, um, and then when Tundra like was like, oh, we see this as this could be a series. And I was like, oh, I've used up all the ideas.
Yeah. Like, you should have told me a few months ago when I planned it all out. Um, with so did when that book initially got bought, they did say, hey, this could be a series to you at that moment,
Yeah,
or a little further on into the actual process.
when they bought it, they saw the potential
Yeah.
for at least a second volume.
And now it's potentially third.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but it's been a fun challenge to like go back and revisit a character because I hadn't done that before, and it was nice to spend, you know, have another adventure for him.
Yeah. Is it now that you're sort of back, or that you've gone back into that world? How was it as far as having to dive back into those characters? Was it sort of easy, or was it something that took a lot of effort and time to sort of remember what the hell you were doing with it at that point? Like as far as like aesthetic, or as far as sort of the general approach, was there a learning curve again to get back into the swing of things?
As far as the art goes, there was not that. I feel like I was able to simplify my process uh, for the second book, the art process. Like I didn't need to do like a uh, tight sketch stage this time around,
Yeah.
um, which was nice. I don't know. I guess it was a way to like play with the process, but still have an end result that looks similar to the
So
first one. But the story was, you know, it took a while to figure out exactly how I'd continue the book.
and did you like when you're working on a book, obviously you have digital files to be able to pull from, but do you have like a character study of sorts that's sitting there that you can sort of look at and go, oh, this is what I did, this is how I can put it back together in some sense? Or is it uh, I'm trying to think of like how I would describe what I'm trying to hit
Well, I
at
guess
here.
at this point I like had the printed book from the first
Yeah.
the first book, so I referenced that, but then also uh, I tried to like I tweaked some character designs, but it's still like, you know, they still look recognizable.
Yeah, they're akin to what they were the first time, the first go
Yeah.
around. The the idea that, because you mentioned that idea that there are some like some changes that you made, is that what you're talking about with the idea of like character tweaks?
Yeah, and just like um not doing the tight thumbs or not doing the tight sketches this time around, just going from thumbs to color studies to like letting myself play more in the final, I guess.
What how advanced are your thumbs in general? That's a weird statement right there. How advanced are
Um
your
well,
but
like I part of the reason why the first book the thumbs were really rough and like I hadn't completely figured out what the characters looked like. So I think that's why I had to do the tight sketches stage. And
yeah.
then since things were a little more figured out for the second book, I guess I didn't need that stage. But yeah, I I guess some of my thumbs can, I guess because my style is so simplified, like I don't know, I've had thumbs like my snowman book is like almost like I just like colored in my thumbs basically.
Hmm.
And Mabel is similar to that too. I did a similar approach for that one, where it's just like blowing up my thumbs and maybe doing a slightly tighter sketch and then coloring it in.
So let me ask you a question that sort of I've been trying to figure out a little bit, but the every Monday Mabel, um, the order of the title is one of those ones where I don't know if it's like dyslexia on my part or something of the sort, but I always want to say every Mabel Monday. You get people that get it screwed up, that like call it the wrong thing on a regular basis,
I,
or is that just a me problem that like I
this is the first time I'm hearing of it.
okay? It's one of those. I've said it. I've said it
But
a bunch. Like talking about sort of you being on, and I feel like 25% of the time I get it wrong, and it's just a like my mouth mumbles through the whole thing and can't figure it out. But I didn't know if that was a me problem or if that was a bigger a bigger issue. I know that I've had a couple of books where like uh, I even my own books I struggle to remember the titles for. Or I can't remember how to say. There was a book called The Note Who Faced Music for me that was originally titled something else, and so
mhm.
I the original title without thinking about it. I just go back to that title as like, oh, that's the title of this book, um, and then have to catch myself on a regular basis and sort of say it the actual proper way that it's supposed to be said. Um, with with the title plate, was that one that like the title came first, or was that a akin to the um, can't think of the Toad by Toad.
I guess uh, that one, the title, I guess the title and the story kind of came at the same time, just because of it would, it being inspired by my son. I feel like the the Ma- the Mabel part of the title wasn't there initially. Like it was every Monday. I had the character's name. There was a boy character initially. It was every Monday. Melvin was the first one,
Mm.
and then I don't know. It evolved as I worked on it.
Is there thinking about like covers? One of the things that's titles and covers and all that kind of stuff. The sales pitch, the how is this going to sell? One thing that's really lovely about the Mabel book is it really does like pop on a shelf as far as the the image is just so like bright yellow character. It's relatively simple and easy to sort of catch on to what's actually happening. Um, is that something that like it was a initial sketch that you threw out there, or was that something that they sort of jumped in and said, "Hey, have you thought about doing A, B, or C?"
Yeah, that one. Like I sent out a. I sent. You can see them on my Substack. I posted a bunch of like all the different covers.
All the different versions.
Yeah, there was one that I was like really into. And I was like, this is what the cover is. This is it. And I was like, there was something about it. I was like, I don't know why, but like, I think of this as my Christian Robinson cover. I didn't say this to anyone. I didn't say this to them. This is just something I thought to myself.
Yeah.
And then later on, um, after the book was published, I realized, oh, the reason I thought of this as my Christian Robinson cover was it was so similar to uh, the Dead Bird, that Margaret Wise Brown book that he did an illustrated
Yeah.
version of. So I'm glad we didn't end up going with that. But that one, like I pitched a whole bunch of ideas and they were like, oh, I guess I wasn't sure about putting the garbage truck on the cover because I guess so many of my books, I'm like, oh, there's a twist and I don't want to give it away. So I wasn't sure about doing that, but they thought it makes sense to put that on the cover because it's going to, the kids who like trucks are going to see it immediately.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Um,
There's an audience for that.
yeah. Um, and so they, I think like Lucy pitched the idea of, because like we had this yellow theme in the book whenever, um, in relation to the truck, like the background turning all yellow. Because
Yeah.
Lucy pitched that idea, and like there's the windows, and um, so I don't know. I'm really happy with how it came out. I feel like
The
whenever I get credit or whenever I get complimented on that cover, I always need to make sure to give her credit for the idea because I don't think it's something that would have occurred to me on my own.
the marketing is always the thing that scares me with the books that I work on, in the sense of um, the the how much that can change a book. And like I always have a vision, like you said, for like, oh, this is gonna be the perfect cover, everybody's gonna love it. And then you get it to marketing and they go, well, actually sales is, and this isn't the cover that makes the sense, or what have you. And you're sort of like at a loss at that point to try to figure out sort of, okay, well, I thought I had it in the bag here, and how to make it shine going forward. um Man, I'm like doing all this brickwork and I have a half an hour left and I haven't even done any of the 4 giraffes that need to be in this piece, nor the title. My wife, oh, it looks like it's already been changed there. Okay. um I'm just looking. Okay, just make sure I didn't miss any questions in the background here. um with with the work that you do, have you ever considered like getting into a classroom of any sort? Now, this is the teacher in me that's popping up going like, hey, you have skills and how do you share them? But are you have you done any like workshops or anything of the sort with your work?
Uh, Not really. Um, I think it seems like something that would be fun, but I know that's like teaching is a real skill and being. I think about art all the time, but I I don't know. I guess I've never gotten up and tried to. I don't know. I did a little like I feel like I when I was living in Brooklyn, like occasionally I get invited to like speak at a class at Pratt or SVA or something. But beyond that, I haven't really. It seems like it would be fun, but I know it's a huge challenge. At the same time, I'm aware of the reality of it.
They're all lovely. I'm saying that in case they're all watching right now. They're all amazing and lovely, and they never give me any headaches of any sort. Uh, you know, it's all smooth sailing. Um, no, it's a challenge, but it's one of those things where like having people that are in the industry and people that have the sort of the knowledge base in the classroom, I think is such a huge thing. And there's so many, I don't know how much the students really understand, but like the level of skill that can be in that classroom sometimes is ridiculous. And do they take advantage of that? Not always. But it's one of those questions. As a teacher, I'm always sort of like thinking, oh, who would make a cool teacher, and who would I want to learn from, et cetera. And so um, I imagine that the classroom experience for you was wildly different than sitting in your studio making work and challenging in a whole new light. Um, did
What classes do you teach?
I teach right now? I'm teaching a class that's about style. That's called Breakout, and then I'm teaching a sophomore level course that's just sort of a project management course. But I primarily teach children's books, which makes total sense,
Hmm.
and then a business practice class that's all like contracts and how to get an agent and how to market yourself and things of that sort. Um, and that one's a lot of fun, although the students most of the time think that it sounds boring, but it's, to me, my favorite class to teach outside of the children's book one, just because of um, it's just so loaded with content that it's hard to say that it isn't valuable. Let's put it that way. Um,
Yeah.
but I basically I've taught all sorts of things. I've taught graphic design. I've taught material classes. I've been teaching for 20. It's coming up on 22 years, and
Wow.
so it's a matter of just whatever they need kind of situation. Um, and it really just depends on the sort of the semester to semester. What's the need of the day? But I it's one of those ones where like I imagine at Pratt it's probably similar um, to RISD where I went, where like you have teachers that are much more like they only teach these two courses. But I teach at a really small school wherein um, teachers end up teaching a lot of different things, and so you have to be a little bit more broad and universal in your approach to the choices that you make and the work that you make. And so you know, like I said, I've taught graphic design, I've taught painting, I've taught drawing, I've taught all that stuff, and then on top of that, I also teach the illustration content, and so
Hmm.
it depends on the semester. Um, but it's fun. It's entertaining. It keeps me young, even though it actually gives me gray hairs. I say it keeps me young. It gives me gray hairs. Um, when you were going through school, were there other things that you looked at as far as options of like, oh, this is a different? I mean, you said like I think fine artist before, but does that mean like you were thinking about becoming a painter, or what do you mean when you said fine art previously, as far as other areas of interest?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if I had even thought it that far through. I know I really enjoyed 3D class freshman year. Um, but I don't I feel like it was like I just like the concept of being an artist.
Yeah,
I don't know if I had really thought it much farther through than that.
yeah.
Um, but I think like if I wonder that like if I was growing up nowadays, uh, and like it was easier to like have access to a camera, I wonder if I would have gone into film or something like that.
Film as in
Um,
like movie making, or film as in like independent fine art?
oh, movie making.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there a
not.
thinking of the movie set? Because I know that you said earlier that you dig movies, but is there a director in particular that you're like? I know you said Del Toro, but is there like, or I shouldn't say a director, but is there a like a film that is by far your favoriteest, the most brilliant film that's ever been uh, put on celluloid, or I guess digital at this point?
Um,
If you had to watch one movie for the rest of your life,
oh
what?
man. Well, yeah, I
Tough
I've
one, I know.
seen like I've seen Ponyo so many times, and I've never gotten tired of it. That's probably up there as far as if I had to watch one movie in a loop forever. Um,
Don't hate me, but I've never seen it.
oh, I highly recommend it. You're in for a treat.
I've
Um,
heard lovely things about it, but I have never seen it. That's one of those ones like Miyazaki. This is gonna sound weird, but my experience with Miyazaki, or the thing that I think of when I think of Miyazaki, has nothing to do with the film. But there was a time where we went to a theater to watch Howl's Moving Castle. I think that was
mhm.
the one. And a little kid went out the door. Oh, Spirit! My wife said Spirited Away. And a little kid walked out the emergency door into a street that was outside, and of course everybody is freaking out because here's this little kid wandering out into the street. Uh, and that's all I can think about with it. It has nothing to do with the film. It's the fact that this little kid wandered outside. Uh, it's a lovely, lovely story. I know about a little kid wandering off into the street. And so like I, for some reason that yeah, that it's been tainted for me because of that.
Yeah,
But I know
yeah,
all the students love it.
yeah.
So
Spirited Away. Spirited Away. I'd think might still say Ponyo though. But yeah, that's a funny. It's funny how moving going experiences can affect the
the
memory
experience.
of the movie. Yeah, like I was I was talking about how I just saw Frankenstein, and I had such a funny movie going experience for that. Whereas I guess the when I walked into the theater, it was like usually theaters are cold, and this one was so warm. I was afraid I might fall asleep. I was like, it's just toasty. And then like half an hour into the movie, like someone walked in and like I guess there was a thermostat on the wall and like pressed buttons on the thermostat, and then all of a sudden you could feel the cool air kick in. And then like someone who was in the audience like 15 minutes later walked up and like started pressing buttons on the thermostat, and all of a sudden you could feel the cool air turn off and the hot air turn back on. It was just like such a weird experience.
Did everybody boo him? Or like, how
There
dare
were
you?
it was I think it was just me and this one other person in the theater.
I when I was younger, I worked in a movie theater, and there were so many weird experiences that I some of them I cannot say on here, because they were inappropriate. Let's put it that way. But uh, it was a strange location. People think that because they're in the dark, people don't see stuff. Um, but let's put it that way.
I can imagine.
I have seen things that I probably shouldn't have seen as a teenage boy. But it's yeah, no, those there's certain movies that are stuck in my brain because of those kind of experiences of seeing people interact, and like people screaming or yelling and running out of the theater, or complaints or what have you. Um, do you get out to the theater much, or are you primarily like a streaming service
I
person?
I've been trying to get out to the theater more. I realize it's something that I really missed doing. Like I feel like I stopped obviously because of the pandemic, and then it took me a long time to like feel comfortable to go back, and then also just to make time to do it and not feel guilty about making time to do it, I guess. Um, but it's something that I feel like it's something that I really enjoy doing, and just it's just like a nice pick me up, I guess.
Are you a full theater experience, like buy the popcorn and all that kind of stuff, or are you a like sneak the candy in person?
Yeah, I'm more along those lines, I guess.
You
Um,
don't $1 million on a soda that is way too gigantic and makes you have to get up in the movie to see.
yeah, I know. And movies are so long now. I'm like, I don't want to miss anything.
That's my wife has some app and I forget what it's called, but it tells you when uh, what is it? Run P is the name of the
Oh,
app, and you put it on, and as the movie starts, you turn it on, and it tells you when like is a good time to run to the restroom if you have to run to the restroom. And I think I don't remember if it's that one or another one that tells you like whether there's stuff after the credits and stuff to make your life easier, so you're not having to make those decisions in the middle of watching a movie.
oh, that
Um,
sounds really helpful.
yeah, so next time you watch a movie, download Run P and save yourself the hassle.
Yeah.
Um, we like this podcast that we've been listening to for years. It's called "How Did This Get Made?"
Oh,
It is.
yeah.
Oh, you know the one?
Hmm.
Yeah, and just like we realized the other day that like we just don't like mediocre movies. We like either really brilliant, amazing movies, or we like the trashiest trash movies that are out there. And there's no like middle ground for us. So um, we we lean on those dumb ones on a regular basis. Do you listen to that podcast, or are you?
Yeah, I did. I listened to it for a while. I haven't listened to it recently. But podcast that I really like is called Blank Check, and it's about different directors' filmographies. And they just will choose certain directors and go through their whole filmography.
Hmm.
Well, the latest episode actually has uh, Paul and Jason from How Did This Get Made are guests on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm. I'll have to check that one out. My wife just yelled from upstairs that she listens to that one too. She
Oh
listens
yeah,
to a podcast, but um,
that's my favorite one. I think.
the there's a few like other ones that we've listened to that were random. Like there's a Too Scary Didn't Watch. That's all about horror movies, and they don't actually watch the movie; they just read the description of the movie. And there's a bunch of them that like we've seen a lot of weird movies that we probably wouldn't normally go to back in the day or whatnot in the theater, but now are our bread and butter. Like I don't know, have you ever seen? Please tell me you have, because it's the best series that's ever been made. Fast and the Furious.
Oh no, I have not.
Well, boy, are you in for a treat when you get to see those. We saw those as a joke because it was like one of the podcasts was watching them, and now we're like absolutely in love with those movies and can't wait for the next one to come out. And because they're just, I mean, they're trash, but they're good trash. They're easy to jump into and be thoughtless for some time.
That's
Um, but yeah, if you ever want to watch a movie that's so ridiculous that cars go into outer space, there you go. Um, just keeping an eye on the time here because it is going to cut us off eventually. We're not going too long. Um, I don't know if I like the color of these yet. I'm trying to figure out these giraffes I got to put in here. They're not fitting right yet. There we go. Um, are there uh, books like are you because I know I asked at the beginning sort of about reading and whatnot, and I think you said at one point like when I asked about the library, you said like children's books. Does that mean that you do a lot of reading outside of kidlit, or are you primarily kidlit reading on the
Oh
regular?
yeah, I guess I'm Mostly reading picture books. I'll pick up graphic novels and I'll do audiobooks. Um, just uh, yeah, I guess I'm always getting something from the library, but yeah,
Do the librarians know your name?
yeah,
Do they know the
um,
books?
yes, yeah,
Okay.
they they were like, "Are you?" Yeah, they asked me if I was the author.
Well, I mean, you have a distinct enough name that it's not like you're John Smith, and it's pretty. I had one where it's probably the same thing you're talking about, where went up there and they asked for my name for checking something out, and I said Mark Hoffman. They looked it up and they go, well, there is an author named Mark Hoffman, but uh, no, that's the same person. That's me. Um, what out of curiosity, because I just don't know, where do you know where the name Jashar comes from?
It comes from the Bible.
It does. Okay,
Yes.
I've
Yeah.
never heard it before, and so I was trying to figure
It,
out like got to be some like
it's
regional.
it's only in there twice. You really have to look for it.
It's in the footnotes, and it's
Yeah.
hidden away. Um,
Yeah.
the I mean, it does definitely like set you apart very quickly. That like you can just put your name into Google, and you don't even have to get too far into your first name, and then it pops up.
Uh,
Uh, it's
yeah, I mean as far as Googling goes, it's handy, but I always wonder if it makes it difficult for people to remember my
really.
name. If
Uh,
it's
I think it makes it way easier. Like but uh, there's folks like I forget who was it you mentioned that did the hat for sale or not have hats for sale the
oh
name
yeah.
for. And I was like, that one you don't like. I don't even want to attempt to say that
Oh,
one because I'm wrong, and there's no
Esther
way I.
Slobodkina.
Yeah, yeah, spell it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see how spell it for me. Um, there's like a threshold in which names become like memorable but easy to spell, and then memorable and hard to spell. And I feel like your name is in that like that sweet spot where it's you're not going to get confused with other folks. Um,
Well, thank you.
well, yeah, I'm thinking your parents. Let's put
Yeah.
or yeah, your parents did the yeah or the
Yeah,
Bible
they
or
did all the
um the one of the challenges I have is my last name is spelled with two N's and people misspell it all the time. And so I'm constantly having to correct people if I want to set myself apart. But also there is a serial killer with the same name and a sex offender with the same name and a Korean pop star with the same name. And so it's not exact same spelling, but close. And so I have to always make sure I'm separating to make sure that folks don't think I'm one of those for the various events that I do. Um,
the Korean pop star one is interesting.
yeah, I don't ask me. I don't know. If you type it in, you put in like my name and then Korea, you will get some pop star that
Hmm.
I never heard their music or anything. The serial killer is you can go watch. It's the guy who did the bombings of the Church of Latter Day Saints,
Yeah.
like back in the 70s or something like that. Whatever it
Hmm.
was. That has my same name. So there's a Netflix documentary where they say Mark Hoffman killed blah 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 blah
Oh
blah.
no.
Yeah. And then of course the sex offender is a whole nother. But none of them are me. None of them are me. I want to be very clear in that statement. I play no part in those people's uh, uh, lives. But I feel like there was something else I was going to ask. I can't remember what it was. I don't know. I'm making fun little callers now. Nothing exciting. When's the last time you got to sketch? Like sketch, play.
This is the first time in a while, I think. Um, I should do it more often. Occasionally, like when we're watching a movie or something, I'll just be drawing. But I don't know. It doesn't happen as often as it should. I feel like so often I'm just so I'm like, oh, I've got these things I got to do, and so that becomes I got to work on these books, so that's what I'm working on.
Let me ask you a question. This is a loaded question, um, and I have an answer to it. I'm wondering what your answer is. Do you think of illustration as a job, or do you think of it as an art? And what I mean by that, like in the sense of, is illustration fun? Or do you think it's like, like you have to go to your work and you have to get stuff done, and some days it's fun and some days it's awful?
I I, I guess it's I don't know. I feel like it's both, if that's an acceptable answer. Like
It
is
is.
a, it is a job, and I take it very seriously, and I know, like when I think about like, oh, we are able to have a house and pay our put food on the table with it. It's a job, but I'm very thankful that I can do a job that can be an art, I guess.
Yeah. The
And
job.
there are days where it feels very frustrating and I'm not happy with what I've done or that sort of thing. But I feel like that goes for it. I feel like that goes for anything. It's not going to be, yeah, I don't know.
Sort of few and far between those days. Like I think for the most part it's fun, but I also know that there's days where it's just like it's a struggle and it's a pain to get down in studio, or I don't want to do it, or things of the sort. And I always, one of the challenges I have is expressing to students who say like, "Oh, I want to be in this career," and but then they're also saying, "I don't want to do anything that I don't want to do," like, or I only want to get these types of jobs, and I have to stop them and sort of say, well, you know, they're not all going to be winners. They're not all going
Hmm.
to be the best job in the world, or you're not always going to have a great time doing all of the work, because sometimes it truly is a job, and you got to pay the bills. Um, was there ever any work that you did that you look back and go, man, I wish I didn't take that job, without necessarily like naming like, oh, here's here's the company and here's the criteria that they asked for, but um, was there ever any like jobs that you're just kind of like, man, that was sort of something I wish I didn't tackle, or that feels like it was so out of range for you?
Um, I been, I don't know. I feel like I'm, nothing's coming to mind right now, I guess. Like I am editorial days, like I feel like I had such a small group of clients. They were definitely challenging
Yeah,
uh,
but they were.
projects, but like I guess there's nothing that I'm like, oh, I'm ashamed. I mean, then there's pieces that I've done that I'm like, oh, that I wish I had done a better job with that. But like there aren't things that like conceptually, I like there that I'm like ashamed I took on. I guess is that what you're asking?
Yeah. I mean, or just like not necessarily just ashamed, but just like, wow, this is a piece that just doesn't feel like me kind of situation. Like I've done a few illustrations in the past where it was a job and it paid stuff, but like looking back at it, I'm like, it's not really my, like it's not a piece that I would ever be known for or would take today because it's just so different or so strange compared to sort of the interest level that I have or the career that I have nowadays. Not just on a like uh, it is beneath me kind of situation, but more so just a um, it doesn't feel like me. And I did it at the time because I just needed the paycheck or I needed
Oh
the
yeah.
whatever it may be.
Well, I
Um,
guess one thing about like when I was doing editorial, uh, it especially, I guess like the internet was around, obvious at that time, but it wasn't what it is today. I
yeah,
guess so. It felt like basically like if I have a piece in the New Yorker one week, it's a weekly magazine, so it's like it's 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 disappeared. It's got like then the next week comes and like it just wasn't like it wasn't sticking around, I guess.
yeah. You go from having an amazing sort of job to you're a nobody again the next week until that job comes back, or you know you're not on people's radar in the same way.
Yeah, it wasn't like yeah, like I don't know. I don't want to say disposable, but it just felt like it was I don't know. It didn't feel like uh I was building. It just felt like it was like yeah, it got me through that month to pay my rent or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. I get it. Like
Um, I guess now it's nice doing the kids' books because it's like I feel like I have like can have like books that I put on a shelf and or that are on a shelf somewhere in some library.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're not temporary.
yeah, yeah.
Some life that goes beyond, and even then, like you said, you go to used bookstores. Like there's going to be some kid out there at some point that gets that used book and is all excited because it's a new to them situation, and all of a sudden it brings new life back into said book in an interesting way. So I, uh, I get the idea, especially like the editorial thing is yeah. It's unless you are a huge name, it really just depends on the week whether you're like uh, paying your rent or you're being seen by enough art directors or what have you. Um,
Mhm.
Let me keep an eye on time. Okay, we do have only just a couple minutes left uh, to wrap up. We have, I think, about 2 minutes left looking at the clock here. Um, so I do want to, uh, Chris Thornock saying that this isn't the Korean pop star account. I'm going to tilt the camera back down and send you off in a lovely manner. You are a official Gabin dude, which means you started and got all the way to the end tonight with me, uh, just yammering on uh, as much as I do, and so I am proud of you for sticking it out with the nonsense that I put out there to the world. So I'm gonna switch my camera back down. I don't know if you can as well, and we'll do a little send off here. Oh, that was easy for you. That was a
Yeah,
shit.
that was easier than trying to get to face down.
Yeah, there you go. So again, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm glad I got to chat with you and get to know you, and sort of. I hope that at some point we'll run into each other out there in the big bad world. Uh, Maybe at one of the big events. I think maybe this summer I'm going to be able to make it out to Icon out in Maryland.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
hoping there's going to be some folks that go out there. But if I don't see you there, and we're ever at an event and you see my name pop up, hunt me down, tackle me, and say you owe me a drink, and I will buy you what have you. But this has been lovely.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Okay. If you end up posting stuff, give a little tag so I can see. If you end up putting the sketches up, and I'll do the same with this guy when I'm done. I'll
Oh
tag
yeah,
you. You'll be able to see. But otherwise, it's going to cut us off in like seconds. But it has been a lovely evening.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I will. Okay, real quick, folks. Next week, we are not going to be on. The following week, we're going to have on Scott Magoon. I have some of Scott's books here, like The Extincts. And see if I can get this up there quick before Straw. And etc. He will be in 2 weeks, so I'm taking next week off. Otherwise, I'm going to stop the feed. I'm going to come back on and continue to work on this if people want to watch. All right. Bye, everybody. How's everybody doing? We just wrapped up with Jashar Awan, who did Toad by Toad every Monday Mabel. He was a lovely chat, stayed on the entire time. And I have a little bit left to do on this, and so I was going to try to wrap this up and get this put together in some fashion. It's just going to take a little longer than the 4 hours allowed. Every once in a while that happens. And so join me as we continue the evening of me trying to wrap this sucker up. And hopefully I'll be done with it in the next maybe 20 minutes, half hour, somewhere in that range. But I just got to get all these giraffes all finished up. My wife just asked me, can the audience ask me anything? And guess what? You can. But I think right now, Lauren, it's just you and me that's on. Or at least that's what it looks like on here. If someone else is on, then hooray. But I think it's just you and me. What do you want to ask me, Lauren? How am I doing? I'm tired. Oh, I gotta double check. Lori Keller is tomorrow. Chat with Lori Keller. Not on here, folks. My own personal chat with Miss Lori Keller. And just need to confirm something. But she's cool. If you don't know Lori Keller, you should check out Lori Keller's work. She's a cool lady. She makes cool stuff. Yeah. She's known for being cool. Interesting. Apparently my wife could only have so many hashtags. Instagram told her that she's a big old stinky liar and that she can't have that many hashtags. 5 total. It doesn't want her to have any fun. Oh, there's people watching now besides us, Lauren. Talk to me, people. What's going on? What's happening? What's going down in Funky Town? Who, what now? Oh, really? Oh, we lost him. They saw that my life is a tragedy, a stinky tragedy. Oh, no, that's too dark. Let's get rid of that. Still telling you that you can't do all the fun things you used to be able to do? And whose fault is that, Lauren? Oh, we got more people again. Hey, everybody, ask questions. What can I answer for you? Who am I? Oh, I'm Mark Hoffman. What do I do? Illustrate. What's illustration? What you're looking at. Who's the coolest? Me. Who's not the coolest? My wife. Why? Gotta see it to believe it. What kind of questions do we have, folks? What kind of questions do we have? How can I help? How can I help? Let me help you. Don't leave me hanging here. What is the phrase "don't leave me hanging" reference? You know? It's weird. Is it talking about what I think it's talking about? Hanging 10 on the surfboard, Lauren? You don't think it has anything to do with that? Look at this. In here like so. I didn't have questions. I'm just vibing. Oh, nice. Dig it. I just showed my age by saying I dig it. Oh, you're vibing? I dig that, hip cat. Cool, daddy-o. Something living La Vida Loca. Is that not right? Oh, sorry. I tried. This is the part of the show where people tune in and hear Old Man Mark say outdated phrases. That's not gonna be, that's not dark enough. I need a little darker. Cool, cool, radical. What's the hip hop flip flop, dude? Word. Thank you about the lion. This is, here, I'll show you the sketch. It's changed a little bit, but this is the sketch. The Mumble King. He's got so much hair on, they can't understand him. Hair on. He has such a long mane that they can't understand what he's saying, so therefore he's the Mumble King. He's got hair on. Yeah. I gotta keep talking. Once when I was little, I kicked my shoe over a fence in a school competition. It was a school competition. I don't remember how I got it back. I mean, it was in elementary school. I was in like kindergarten or something like that. And we had the task of, we had like a field day event. One of the things you could do is get your shoe just barely on your foot, and then you would try to kick it as far as you could. And they didn't plan well enough because I was so good at it, I kicked it over the fence into the woods. And someone had to go get it. It wasn't me because I didn't have a shoe. And that's my story. Oh, I gotta keep talking. I also did a field day at one point, and I caught a football and hurt my finger. And apparently field days were a thing I remember quite well. Did I ever get Hershey cups? Did I ever get what?
Hoodsy cups?
Hoodsy cups. No, I didn't grow up
Yeah, those around
here. Yeah, that was... My wife just asked the dumbest question. She asked if I had Hoodsy cups, which is a very New England thing. And like, no. I didn't grow up in New England. Hood brand dairy products are a thing around here. And I grew up in the Midwest. I don't remember what brands of milk we had out there, but it was not Hood. I don't know why she would even ask that question. Make this eye come up a little. Further here. There we go. Look at these giraffes to look a little suspicious, a little confused. And then I gotta give them nostrils. Things of the sort. One time I tried to grill a muffin and left it on the pan too long. And then the whole kitchen smelled like burnt muffin. And that time was right now. Yeah, that was earlier tonight. My wife did that. Thanks for being you. It's still my goal to make it here someday. Oh, Connor Murray. Hello, Connor Murray. Being me, more like being, I don't know what I was going to say. More like being me. I did it. I did it. These are my little nostrils. Giraffe nostrils. There. I don't know what giraffe nostrils look like, but this is close enough. That's gonna work for now. Okay. Now let me do some detail work on them. This is drawn some this is their fluffy collar. Or fluffy not collar, but like, what do you call that? The seam that goes down where your buttons are. I don't know, what do you call that? There's a name for it. It's gotta be. There has to be a name for it. Okay, let's get some little gold tassels on these guys. A little like blip, blip. That's too bright. I don't like that. Maybe I'll do them black. I don't know. Let me see. Okay, I want to paint in the title. That's the next thing. I was distracted because Charlie was telling me that he farted outside in the cold and he could see it. Oh, yes. My son. What? and I said that would make a funny video, and he said we should put on our coats and be ready to go outside when he had another one ready. My son. Does anybody want to take them off our hands for a little bit? Because I'm just getting this all mapped out. Mumble. I got anything. I guess it was between the kitchens smelling like farts or smelling like burnt muffins. I don't know who's to blame more, my son or my wife in that situation. But either way, they're talking about farts, so they have my heart.
Something about farts at your grandma's house.
What?
And your mom was like, we don't use that word in this house.
I don't remember that.
There was some kind of thing on a pillow that said like blah blah blah.
My wife's talking about me talking about farts at my grandma's house and how we're not supposed to say that, but I don't remember that. I'm sure I did.
You cracked me up so much saying that like your mom was whispering that to you, like they don't use that word.
Is that Grandma Thomas's?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That's because
There was some poetic thing on a pillow about
yeah.
home and heart.
I mean, it sounds like me.
Yeah, the people.
Okay, the people want to know?
Yeah.
People want to know about my fart jokes? Apparently I was at my grandma's house and there was a pillow that said something along the lines of like, oh, blessed are the hearts, and then I said something about farts. I don't know what it was, but that it made Lauren crack up. But my mom leaned over and said that we don't say that word in this household because my grandmother was prude. No, there were certain words that they were not allowed to say when they were little in that household, and I guess farts was one of them. She couldn't say, I forget what it was, she couldn't say butt or something like that. There was some word that was akin to that she couldn't say. And oh man. But then they were allowed to say something else, but it basically meant the same thing, so it's not like it was really doing much different. It was just, you can't say this version of it. Beat. Yeah, they couldn't say butt, but they could say beat. Which, sure, but you're basically just saying butt at that point. You're just using different letters. None of it makes any sense to me. None of it. What else can I tell people about? Let's see if there's other funny things from childhood. There was a time where I was playing charades, I think, with my grandparents, and I got the word rigor mortis, and I didn't fully remember what it was. And so my solution to try to get people to say the word rigor mortis was somehow, and I don't judge me on this, but I tried to get them to say the name Roger Martin for some reason. And I don't know if that was like, I think it was just like close enough that made sense to me. Like, oh, if I can get them to say Roger Martin, they'll understand what I'm trying to get at, and then they'll say rigor mortis. And finally, when they of course I lost. I didn't get them to say what I wanted them to say. But when they did finally get revealed that I was getting them to say Roger Martin, they all thought I was an absolute idiot. And to be honest, I think I was with that one. And my grandma had the word butter. And what she did, she got down, and this is like, she was old at the time. I mean, she was in her like 70s at least, if not 80s. And she got down on all fours and ran her head into my mom, and then went over to my dad and my grandfather, and then stopped just short of running her head into them. And we were like confused what she's doing. We knew it was something to do with like a ram or something of the sort. And what she was saying is that she will butt her, but not him. And that was another fun one in the old Hoffman household. And we were just, my brother and I were just talking about the other day. Sorry, this is the un-PC part of the... Yeah, exactly. I remember that being like a discussion topic there of like, why did she go to all that trouble of doing... My wife just said, why didn't she just mind putting butter on toast? And, you know, she was old. She didn't... Who knows? But there was a time where we were sitting around doing what we called... they call it a Yankee swap, but we called it something else. I forget what we called it. But it was like the equivalent of like Surprise Santa kind of thing, or a bunch of gifts, and you don't know who put in what, and you take turns grabbing gifts out of the pile. And my dad grabbed out of the pile some gift and yelled out to the crowd, "Hey, I got a big floppy one." And my brother and I think Lauren was there, lost it because he yelled that out to the crowd. And then there was another time where my mom and dad were sitting around with my aunt, and my aunt was saw that there was some ad that was talking about a massage, and she said, "Mary's always asking Richard to do that." And when she said that, she didn't notice that the TV had changed, and it was an ad for ED, if you know what ED is. And my grandmother, I think, was in the room at the time and was horrified that my aunt just said that Mary's always asking for Richard to do that. You know, again, hilarious hijinks in the Hoffman household.
The way I heard the story originally was somebody was giving somebody else a shoulder massage.
Oh, is that what it was? Someone else was giving a shoulder massage.
Somebody said, your aunt said, Mary's always asking Richard to do that for her. But at the same time on TV was an ad for Viagra.
Yeah.
And so everybody...
It's akin to the same story. I got stuff
But it's
mixed
better
up.
the real way.
What? It's better when you...
The story is more funny.
Yeah. Well, I tried, everybody. Don't yell at me. Like my wife just did. Oh, burn. I wonder if I should make this even more pronounced, the amount of fluff coming off that face. I thought about making it like come all the way down and big strands too. I could still do more, but I want to get this in at least. The words here. I'm gonna use a hair dryer for a second, so bear with this, everybody. Okay. Now let's get in here and just fill this sucker in. Now I got the base. Actually, you know what? I could probably fill this in with something even faster. Let me see. Do I have... Whoop. I might. Let's see. That's blue. This one's black. Oh, look at that. I wonder if I have even bigger. Whoa. Yeah.
If anybody watches later, you can tell them.
Yep. If anybody's watching later, I'm gonna sell some originals. I'll be posting them soon. So if there's, or I can even say if there's something you see in my feed and you're like, oh man, I wish I could get the original of that. There's a few pieces I will not sell, but you can always write me and say, hey, how much would it be for this piece? And I will give you a quote. So I just need to, I gotta move product, you know? They're just sitting on the shelf, waiting to find a home. And maybe it should be your home. Mumble done, and then I'll move on to
I want to watch my stories, but I don't want to do that.
that's fine, you can do that. I don't think I have that much longer, and then I'll be done with this one. And it's little details and odds and ends, but it won't take that long, I don't think.
Hopefully the audience doesn't have to get treated to people arguing about who cheated on who. And
Yeah, my wife's gonna watch Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. If anybody wants to chat with her about it. Okay. I'm looking at the spacing of this versus what I did in the sketch, and This thing I think is a little too spread out, just the whole image, so maybe I'll see if I can tighten it up a little bit digitally, but can't do too much without having to do some major rework. Let me dry that. And then what I might do is make some little tassel things on this stage that are this color. Okay. What else was there I was supposed to do? There's something else I was supposed to do. I gotta do the, but I might actually make this. That color instead. Okay. What's that? Let me figure out how I'm gonna write in the. It's like this. Like, do I want to do? The like that, or do I want to do it more block lettering? That's like so. That's probably better. Okay, and then I'm gonna mix a carmine color. Hey Bob, how are you? Thank you. It is almost complete. Almost. I'm doing last little, as they say in the Project Runway, I'm doing last looks. I'm just getting last little. Well, that just looks black. That's not right now. Let me lighten it up just a little bit with a little bit more red here. Get this in here. Then like so. I'll get maybe little hints of this red in some spots up here. Just as little like circles or something. And I was thinking about maybe putting in some little like spears or things of the sort into the mix. Let me see. I can cut those out first. And that might make it a little bit easier to understand sort of where they could fit. Let's cut out little, because they're guards. And like, what did the king say? And then boom. That's pretty good. I like that. Sort of cutting in there. Let me cut another one here. This. Maybe one more. Let's see. Maybe I get working on a new book, on any new book projects. Love the colors. The brick pattern is nice. Thank you. There's not any. Well, I'm finishing up a book right now. I got final art notes back, and it's just some color correction that I gotta do. I was gonna do that tomorrow, hopefully, and then no new books on the plate. Some gallery shows, some other little odds and ends like that. But as far as books, no. But I'm trying to write some ideas, and I'm just about to hit winter break, and so once I hit winter break, that's hopefully that's the plan, is to write. It's a matter of sitting down and having the time to do it, and we're at end of semester right now, and so it's there's a lot going on, let's put it that way, and so I just gotta wait until I get a little bit closer to that time frame. And so I'm trying to figure out like something like this. How do I want these to be in here? I like that one. Not so sold on this one yet. Maybe this one goes behind. I want to make sure they're at like good angles. They're all sort of like pointed at the right. That one probably doesn't need to be as long. So pushing the image towards the king. Let me put this in here. Let's see. It's sort of directed at the king. And this one's maybe I just don't want them hitting the same, like, I like the idea that it comes up. It's a question of just what angle. And then this one, I mean, that one's better up like this. That one's down there, and then it's just a question of this one. All right, let me do this one. Okay, sorry it's taking a while. Let me figure out. Now that I got that one down, one I can cut the excess right here. And then I'm going to, where's my blade? There it is. Cut it so it goes behind this little guy right there. I'm trying to figure out exactly where I want these. Where'd the other one go? There, two. There they are. Okay. So the question becomes, do I put one like here and one like that? That's probably pretty good like that. Okay. So, sticking down spears, sticking down spears, Britney Spears, sticking down spears. That's one for that guy to hold. And I think this one's just going to be a little, like, boop. I'm trying to do, like, some balance, some asymmetry. And so it's a matter of just getting the right amount in there for this thing to work. I think that'll do it. Let me see if I can get that cut. And I want to do a little bit of details on those. Tiny little details, just little cross things that go across them. That's easy to do though. All right, Bob, thank you for tuning in for a minute or two there. I appreciate it. Hope you have a lovely evening. All I want to do is just little things like this. There we go. What I might do is draw some little lines up through. Look at this here. Last little thing I was going to do, and I don't know if it will show up, but yeah, I need to do it in a certain color. Let's see. There. Let's get it. Something like that. And then I want to get some little bit of rosy cheeks on some of these characters, like this guy. Let's get these guys a little warmer here. Oh, and I want the tiniest little bit of hint of a shadow. Some of these ears. So you're like over top of some of those. And then I need the yellow that I had before to knock it down a peg. There we go. Let me get these. Give some eyebrows to these guys too. Okay. The only other little odds and ends I want to figure out is it worth trying to shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh, to put some little like thing up here on the edge, but I think I don't really need it, so I might skip it. Some of these will one last little thing I would do, it'd be, let's see what happens if I do this. This may or may not work, we'll see. We're trying to put some little trim at the top of this, like even just right here, just balance wise. It's not the end of the world. Let's see. Hey Lauren, I just realized I'm zoomed in really big time. Let me zoom out. See one other little tweak I want to make, which is this red is a little too red for me. I want to bring it down a touch. Hey, Lauren? I need your opinion on something on this. Hold on a second. Do you think I should put this little trim at the top? If you look at it, there's this little trim at the top here. Yay, nay? Do you think it needs it? The little thing here. Or do you like it without? Yeah, that's my... Well, that's what I'm looking at, is like the line is so pink red and there's nothing else that's doing that. And so I was thinking maybe like a little treatment at the top. I mean, I could do like bunting or something. I was just thinking that little like edge that runs along. Could be enough, but I think I'm gonna go without. Let me try one other little. I could do a little bunting that goes along up here. A little black line. Some little like. Lauren, what do you think about this bunting with the little black line? You like that? With a thin little black line? Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do this down here on something like this, so it's got a little bit of red. down there. Maybe I'll do another little like thing of it over here and call it at that. That'll work. Okay. Oh, this glue stick is glued. Glued shut. Okay. Oh. Too much. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, so it just fits right there. I'll trim ever so slightly. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to do a little piece of red over here so it feels a little bit like it's a stand of some sort. Not to be much, just a little tiny bit. Right in there. Get that guy glued back down. There we go. Where's the lid? There's the lid. Okay. Last looks, last looks. That. Trim that up. Trim that. Trim that. Trim that. Okay, I think we're done, folks. Go ahead and put all my brushes there. All my pencils, markers, etc. in here. What? Look at this little buddy. I just said it just now. Just clean up my face. Okay, let's get all these paints out of the way. That out of the way, that out of the way, that out of the way. This out of the way. And then I grab the blackboard and I bring it up like this. And I put it underneath the piece so we can see it in its final state. Now I'll zoom in. I'll get a better image of it. There we go. There is the Mumble King. That's the piece for the night. Here is a sketch that went with it. You can see sort of how it got translated. A little different than what I expected, but still okay. But that's the piece. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I will see you all, not next week, again, as a reminder. Next week I'm taking off, but the following week we will have on Scott Magoon. So join us then. I believe that's at 6 o'clock. Otherwise, y'all have a restful weekend, and I'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye.